And welcome back to another awesome WordPress and Elementor comprehensive course with me, Ken. Now, in this course, we're going to be building a real-world donation website, a fundraising website. You can use it as an individual or an organization. By the time we finish the course, you will have a website that's ready to launch, a website that's ready to start receiving donations. And without wasting any more time, I want to take you on a quick tour of the website so you can have a look at what we're going to build. So let's get started. So first of all, let me just refresh this landing page. And as you can see, it has those motion effects that I'm going to show you how to do. We have this projects button that leads to this projects page. We're going to have a look at that, but let's first of all scroll through the landing page. So we have that section with this image carousel right here. Scrolling down here, we have this section that has that fixed pattern background. You're going to see how to do that. Scrolling down, we also have another fixed background section. We're going to see how to build all this. Then down here we have a post grid that displays 4 of all the projects you have that need funding. This is just to give the visitor quick links to these projects so they can click and go read more about them. And then we have a nice footer that has some quick links and a sign up form so that people can sign up and stay in the loop on what's happening in your world. Now, if we click this all projects, it will also lead us to projects. So let's just go to all projects. And here we are. So here will be the list of all the projects you have that need funding. And the potential donor can open up any project and see more details. For example, if we go to this one, they can click this or read more. And now they'll be redirected to the page where they can actually make their donation. Here, this is a detail of what the project is all about. For example, what you've been up to, what you've been able to achieve, and what you aspire to achieve. Down here we have a gallery of some of the photos you've taken of the project. So if we click that, it expands the image and you can scroll through. Then we can close that. Down here we have the link to the previous project and the next project. Going up here, the donor can now click to donate. They can see the name of the project, a quick message to them, and then amount that this project has raised so far. Every time a donor donates any money, this amount is updated to reflect the additional amount the project has received. We also have the goal here. You can set this goal to be any goal you want. You can also change the currency. Let's click donate. Let's assume I'm a donor. I can input whatever amount I want here, maybe let's say $200 if it's not listed here, or I can select whatever amount I want here. Then click continue, and this takes us to the payment form. And in here we need to input our details. Because I'm paying with PayPal, I need to input these details. So let me just input my details. Now I have the option to donate with offline donation or donate with PayPal. So I can say pay with PayPal. There we go. But since I'm not making the donation, I'm just going to close that. I can also choose to pay with debit or credit card. So I'll just click that. And that opens up this form for me to input my credit card details and pay now. If we go inside the about page, the donor can read about your organization, what you stand for, how the story began, what led you to where you are today. If we go to the contact page, we have a contact form, very beautiful. We have an email and phone number, well presented. We have this map. You can input your specific location as the organization to allow the donor to see where you're located. And if the donor has made any payments or donations, if they click that, they'll be redirected to the place where they're supposed to view their donation history. Now, the only thing they'll be needed to provide is an email, and it's the email they used to donate to your organization. And once they input it here and verify, they'll receive a message in their inbox. And once they receive the email, they can click a link in that email and they'll be redirected to this page and see the contents or the dashboard. They can see their donation history if they've been donating to your organization and your causes. So now basically, let me just go home. So as you can see, this is a live website that's ready to start receiving donations. It's not just a demo website. By the time we finish, you will have a website like this, and you can start asking people on YouTube and social media to visit the website and donate to your causes. So my name is Ken. I've been teaching people how to build websites with Elementor for the last 5 years now. I've been teaching that mostly on Skillshare, and now it's time for me to start teaching those skills right here on YouTube. And so if you're as excited as I am to get started, if you want to learn how to build a real website with WordPress and Elementor without any coding skills, let's get started. I can't wait to meet you in the first lesson. See you shortly. So now that you've seen the website we're going to be building throughout this course, it's time to talk about how and where to get your web hosting and a domain name. Now, every website you visit is stored somewhere online on a server that's always available to the internet. That's why you're able to access a website that's in the Netherlands or the US or Mexico, because it's stored on a server that is always connected to the internet. So that means every time you click a link that leads you to a specific website, for example, FreePick, let's say freepik.com. What the browser did was it sent a request for this specific page, and this specific page can be accessed through this address or this URL. And so when it sent the request, that request was received by the server that's storing the FreePick website, and the FreePick website is made up of many web pages. But because this web page is represented by this specific domain name, that server will return a response with the page you requested. So that server is what a web host provides you with. Your web host provides you with storage space for your website and makes sure that your website is available to anyone who wants to visit it. Now, the other thing you will need is a domain name. Freepik.com is a domain name, and this specific domain name is unique to Freepik. So no one else can have this same freepik.com. The same way no one else can have your phone number. Your phone number is unique and it's used to reach just you, no one else. So your website needs to have a unique domain name, and people will use that domain name to access your website. So now going back in here, I'm at WordPress.org. This is the official website of WordPress. This is where you can download WordPress if you want to develop your website offline. You can install WordPress in your system and work without the internet and build your website. But what we're interested in is the hosting page. WordPress has a list of recommended web hosts, and I recommend you take a moment and read this page. As you can see, they have 3 main recommended web hosts: Bluehost, DreamHost, and WordPress.com. But this doesn't mean these are the only web hosts that you can use for your WordPress website. There are other web hosts who are just as good, if not better than these 3. So these are just WordPress recommendations, but you will find out here by reading this that there are hundreds of thousands of web hosts out there, the vast majority of which meet the WordPress minimum requirements. WordPress decided to just make your work easier and decided to give you the top three that they recommend. Now, personally, I have used Bluehost, and I long time ago when I started using WordPress, I tried WordPress.com, and you should not confuse WordPress.com with WordPress.org. WordPress.org is the platform that is run by the WordPress Foundation, because remember, WordPress is open source, and WordPress.org exists to provide you with, remember, with the WordPress download and everything you need to know about WordPress. But now, when it comes to hosting, there is a dedicated service called WordPress.com. Let me just open it. This is a platform that provides you with tools and hosting to build your website. It's like Wix. If you've seen Wix, you know that when you're building a website on Wix, you don't need to think about where to get hosting because they host the website for you. They just give you the tools to start building your website immediately. But of course, it has its limitations, the same way Wix has its limitations when you compare it to installing WordPress yourself on a server. When you install WordPress on a server somewhere, you have more control to do many more things that you don't have control over when you're using a hosted service like WordPress.com. But of course, it's a nice place you can try out if you want. Now, at a personal level, I use Namecheap, especially when I'm just experimenting with some ideas before I commit to buying a dedicated web hosting for that specific idea. So Namecheap has several services right here. One of them is this managed WordPress hosting and migration to WordPress. But another service here is called shared hosting. If I open that, we have this Stellar Plus plan right here. And I'll tell you why I like using this. Number one, look at this, unlimited websites. That means if I have like 10 ideas for different websites, I have 10 ideas. Maybe I want to open up an e-commerce shop. I want to open up a cosmetics shop. I want to open up a personal blog. Maybe I want to open up a social community. Maybe I want to create a forum. Those are 5 different ideas. I can host all those websites under this plan without having to buy separate hosting for each website. I can have an unlimited number of websites hosted under this plan, and I only get to pay this fee per month. Of course, this is the first year, has a discount, but then on the second year, you will be paying 68.88 per year. But think about it. If you have 3 ideas or 4 ideas for different websites, and you want to see which one will work before you commit fully to getting a dedicated web hosting plan for it, you can create the website under this plan, create the 4 websites. They will be live on the internet. You can start sending people to that website through links on social media. Just link to the 4 websites. And if one of the websites really catches on and starts attracting a lot of traffic, you can now decide, now this website seems like it's catching on, so let me get a dedicated web hosting plan for it separately. And then you can just migrate it to the dedicated hosting because now it's an idea that's kicked off. The rest can remain as experimental websites, but they are still live online. But the good thing is you're paying for one hosting plan. You're not paying different hosting plans for the different websites. And of course, because of those advantages, that's why I'm able to build a website like this. This is the website I just showed you. Let me just go to the front end. This is the reference website I built while preparing this course. And I built it, of course, so we can have a website to look at as we work in the course. Now, with that said, this is one of the websites I have hosted under this plan, and it's under this domain name, vfxpod.com. And now in this class, we will be building our website, and I'll be using a different domain name, which will be wordpresseverything.com, and it will also be under this plan. So I will have those two websites, demo websites, under the same hosting. That's why I'm using this. But now I've taken too much time talking about this. I'm not trying to convince you to get this. This is just me explaining the rationale behind what I use and how I work, because maybe you might find it useful. But remember, you can always go here and try out these other web hosts. They are also good. Go and try them, choose the one you want. And once you've done that, let's go back in here. As you can see here, we have domains. Namecheap is one of the best domain name sellers on the planet. You've seen their adverts everywhere on YouTube and on different websites. You can search for your website. Let's say charitytoday.com. Let's see how much that is. All right, charitytoday.com is the premium domain. It's $1,700. But we also have other cheaper domains, charitytoday.today. It's up to you to get creative and buy a domain name that you can live with, a domain name that makes sense. Of course, you want to use the name of your charity organizations or your startup. If you're looking for funds for technology projects and not charity, you can also just use the name of your company. mycompanytoday.com. And as you can see, yeah, so just play around with this, and then once you're ready, you can add to cart. But remember, when we go back to shared hosting, when you buy this plan, you get a free domain name. So that means you have a chance to get a free domain name for the first year without having to spend this money that we've just looked at. You won't need to buy a domain name for the first year, but of course you will have to pay for the domain name on the second year onwards. And of course, I will leave a link in the description below this video player for you to go and buy any of these web hosts we've talked about, including Namecheap. And some of them might be affiliate links. If you would like to support me and the work that I'm doing, the best way to support me is to click on my affiliate links, because you will still buy the service at the price that's listed on their website. But if you use the links I've provided, I will get a small commission from your purchase, and that will help me pay the bills and get the motivation to continue creating new courses. So with that said, that's all about web hosting and how to get a domain name. In the next lesson, let's see how to install WordPress once you get access to your cPanel after you buy hosting. So I'll see you in the next lesson. Peace. So now that you've bought web hosting and a domain name, it's time to install WordPress. And we install WordPress inside the cPanel. The cPanel is provided to you by your web host. So you will need to log into your cPanel. So let me log in right now. Like I said, I use Namecheap, so that's why I'm logging in. All right, I need to verify this. So they've sent me a verification code. Copy that, paste it there, submit. There we go. So I'll go to hosting list. Every single web host will give you access to a cPanel, but every web host will have a different way of getting to the cPanel. So this is how to do it in Namecheap. I clicked hosting, and now here's go to cPanel. So I'll click that. I'll be redirected to the cPanel. Here we go. So now we're inside the cPanel, and every cPanel, regardless of your web host, will look almost the same. It will have most of these services. And one of the most common ones is Softaculous Apps Installer, because it's through the Softaculous Apps Installer that we can install different types of CMSs. WordPress is just one of the CMSs that exist. We also have Joomla and all these others. So I'll click WordPress. We'll go inside Softaculous directly to the apps installer. And as you can see here, this is a list of my current installations. And as I mentioned, I only have one website active, and this is a website installation. So what I can do is install now. That means I will now have two websites under one hosting plan. So on this page right here, I want to choose https www.vfx.com. And once I click outside, it will check if I have an SSL certificate. If you don't have an SSL certificate, you can't use HTTPS. You can only use HTTP. And that is considered unsafe. You need to have an SSL certificate on your website. The next thing, of course, is, as I mentioned, I also have another domain name under WordPressEverything.com, and that's the one I will use because vfxpod.com is already in use by this website. So going back in here, I will use WordPress Everything, and it will be www.wordpresseverything.com, and it will have no slash, so I will not add anything. If you add something here, your WordPress will create a folder and your homepage will be your domain name.com / whatever you put here, and you don't want that. And then of course you can choose the WordPress version you want. I'll choose the latest 6.43. Here we can give our website the name we want. I will use charity fund, just like this one. So charity fund, and I will use a slogan right here. Help us make the world a better place. And this slogan is what appears here. As you can see here, we have the name. So this is charity fund. It will be, instead of crowdfunders, it will be charity fund or the name of your website. And then help us serve. This is the site description. So those are the details for up here. With that, these are the login credentials for your WordPress website. So if, for example, we want to log into WordPress, to the WordPress dashboard, we won't need to go through the cPanel if we have these details. So let me show you what I mean. If I go to vfxpod.com/login, I can log into this website with these credentials right here. So make sure you save them somewhere separate so you can remember them whenever you want to log in to your dashboard directly. But you can always just log into your WordPress dashboard through the cPanel. Uncheck these. These are plugins that will be pre-installed together with WordPress, but you can choose not to because there are other options in the WordPress plugin repository. Let's go to advanced. You can choose to have a backup in the default location. Your website can automatically be backed up once a day, once a week, once a month. I'll choose once a week. And of course you can read, this is the number of backups that are available at any given time. You will always have two backups at any given time, an older one and a newer one. Then of course, if you want to receive the details once WordPress has been installed, you can provide an email here. I will not provide it. And this will take 3 to 4 minutes, but it usually takes a few seconds. Do not leave the page until the progress bar reaches 100%. And there we go. So now this is our domain name, WordPressEverything.com, or our URL, or our address, the equivalent of a phone number. And this is the URL to our dashboard. Remember the login credentials I've just shown you? They will help you log into this area. So click that. We'll be redirected to WordPress. This is our dashboard, and we can now start building our WordPress website using all these tools. Now, if I switch to our reference website right here, where is it? This is our reference website. If I go back to our dashboard, it has many more tools and items, and the brand new one has very few tools and features. But by the time we finish the course, it will look exactly like this, because these are things we will add as we build our website to get a website that looks like this. So with that said, that's how to install WordPress. In the next lesson, let's see how to install Elementor, because we'll be building the website with our drag and drop builder, the free version of Elementor. So I'll see you in the next lesson. Don't go anywhere. So now that we have WordPress installed, let me just close down. No, let me drag this reference website so it can be on its own window. And then let me switch back here and close these windows, these tabs. And now let me also close that and that. So now we're only left with our brand new WordPress installation. And if I switch this tab, we can look at our reference website. So we'll be switching between the two. When we get to this part, we'll switch to this website and we'll look at the part we're creating, so we can have a rough idea of what we're building, and then switch back here and build it. Like I mentioned, we don't want to wing it. We don't want to build a website out of the blues. We want to have a website we can look at and say, now let's build a section that looks like this. I think that's an easier way to do this. All right, so let's get to installing Elementor. So let's go to plugins, add new. In fact, before we add any plugin, let me just go to installed plugins. And let's remove these default plugins that are always installed whenever you install WordPress. Akismet and Hello Dolly. Select the two and then delete, then apply. Okay. All right, so now we can say add new plugin. We'll be taken to the WordPress plugin repository, which has, I think, more than 50,000 plugins, free plugins that you can use. And in here, we can search for Elementor. There we go. It should be the first result here with 5 million active installations. In fact, I think they have more than 7 million installations. But when a plugin is so popular on WordPress, when it reaches 5 million installations, WordPress stops counting. That's why it says 5 million plus. So here we go. I'll say install now. And as it installs, you will notice right here, we also have other Elementor related plugins. These are plugins that are created by third-party developers to add value or to add more features to the free version of Elementor. Elementor has a pro version that you have to pay for and a free version that provides you with several elements that you can use for free to build your website. And those elements are just awesome, but they are limited. There are other elements in the pro version that you cannot access without paying. And that's where these other add-ons come in. Most of the add-ons that are accessible through the pro version of Elementor are also available through these other plugins. So these are not affiliated with Elementor. They are independent companies that create plugins and themes to enrich the WordPress ecosystem. Let's go ahead and say activate to activate the Elementor WordPress builder. And we'll be redirected to this setup wizard. Now, the first step here, we have 5 steps. The first step here involves you creating an account on elementor.com, but you don't need an account with elementor.com to be able to use Elementor. So you can just skip this stage. Here we can choose to continue with the Hello theme. This is the official Elementor theme created by the Elementor team to work with Elementor. Now, that said, there are other awesome WordPress themes that work very well with Elementor that are created by third-party developers as well. And you don't need to use the Hello theme because it's bare bones. I like using another awesome theme called Astra theme, and we'll be installing it in the next lesson. So let's go ahead and skip this. This is the name you gave your website while installing WordPress. So you can just say next or skip because you don't want to change that. You can add your logo now, but you don't necessarily need to do that here because we will do that while building the website. So let's skip that. And now in the final step, you can choose to edit a blank canvas with the Elementor editor, or choose a professionally designed template or your own templates that you've built and stored in your machine, or you can skip that. So I'll just skip, but we'll still be redirected to the Elementor builder. Elementor will generate a web page. This is the web page just to show us the builder. We'll delete this generated page in a few minutes, but right now we're living in the age of AI. And so Elementor also provides you with these free AI benefits. You can write or edit text using AI. You can do all kinds of things. I don't want to go through this, just read through it and just click continue. Now, this is the page that was generated by the Elementor setup wizard. Like I said, we're going to delete it. So let me just go outside here by clicking that burger menu and then exit. When you click this, this pop-up will appear asking you where you want to be exiting to every time you click exit. I like going back to the dashboard, so that will apply. This is asking us if we want to leave without saving the changes we made to this page. This is not a page we will use, so let's leave. And now we're redirected to the dashboard. Every time you click exit, you'll be redirected to this dashboard. So now we have Elementor installed. Let's go to plugins. Elementor is installed and we are ready to move on to the next step. See you shortly. Every WordPress website must be built on top of a theme because it's the theme that gives the website its overall or general appearance. And we chose not to use the Hello theme because I mentioned we have a better theme, or a theme that I think is the best theme in the WordPress theme directory. Let's go inside appearance, themes. And of course, whenever you install WordPress, it will come pre-installed with the latest theme, and the theme will usually have the name of the current year. So right now the active theme is 2024. Last year it was 2023, and the year before that it was 2022. So we will not use any of these. We're going to add new. And of course, I mentioned we're going to use Astra. So I'll go ahead and click install and then activate. There we go. So now the active theme is Astra, as you can see down here. This is just, let me see. They're just telling us about their ready-made templates. We're not going to be using templates. We will be learning how to build pages from scratch without using templates that someone else built. So let's go ahead and get rid of these older ones. Delete that. Let's also get rid of that. And now let's just leave 2024 active. There we go. So I mentioned that Astra is my favorite WordPress theme. And if you want to find out why, just go to Google and look for something like Astra theme review. And of course, you can go ahead and read and find out why it's an awesome theme. And if you go to the official page, Astra theme, WP Astra, let me just open up their website, testimonials. Ben Pines, the CMO of Elementor himself, has given it an awesome review. Astra is a simple, fully customizable, and fast theme that I can wholeheartedly recommend to all Elementor users. All right, so now that's all you need to see for now. And this is how to install the Astra theme or any theme on the WordPress marketplace. In the next lesson, we're now ready to start working on the landing page. So we'll get started with the hero section. So don't go too far. I'll see you shortly. So now that we've installed Elementor and we've installed the Astra theme, I think it's a good idea for us to have a quick overview of the Elementor workspace. So switching over to this place. Let me first of all close this window here. All right, now, the moment we installed Elementor, we got these two menu items. These were not here before we installed Elementor. Now, I won't need to touch any of these settings here. Let me just click that. I rarely ever need to use or change any of these settings. So after installing Elementor, I usually just go directly to building the website. So we don't need to change anything. Now I'll go to pages. And of course, remember the Elementor setup wizard generated one default page just to take us directly to the editor. And this is that page. So we're going to use this to view Elementor. But when we installed WordPress, we also got two default pages generated by WordPress, these two pages. So I'm going to select those two and move to trash, then apply that. Moving to trash is deleting them. Now we're left with this Elementor page. I'm going to click edit with Elementor. In fact, let me right click and open link in new tab. That will leave this dashboard intact, but we can switch to the page. Now, this is how your editor will look. The editor has this left tools panel. If I collapse this, these are panels made up of tools. For easy access, favorite the widgets you use. Okay, got it. Now, these panels contain different tools that you can use, different elements that you can drag from here and put them on your website, change their style and appearance as you build your website. The first layout here contains the container. Now, since I think last year, 2023, Elementor switched fully to a container-based system. Before the container-based system, we were using sections and columns. Now we're using containers. So if we click this, these are different structures of containers. They are pre-made structures that will help you quickly create different sections of your website. So if you want a section that has two columns, for example, if we switch here, this is a single column, of course, as you can see. But if we go here, this is one column and this is another column. So that would be a good section to use this on. And for this section, it would be a good idea to use this one. So these are different pre-made structures that you can quickly click. Let me just click this. And now we can add an element here. If I want to add an element, all I have to do is click this. It will bring up these panels and I can go to basic. Now this brings us to the second panel. And this panel here has some basic free elements that we can use. Let me say maybe an image element there. And the moment you drop an element, this area changes to the settings of that specific element. And you can tell by the name up here. This is an image element. This says image. And almost every element has 3 tabs: the content, style, and advanced tabs. They help you do different things. Of course, style is all about the appearance and styling of your elements. Content is about adding the content that you want to display. So if we want to add an image here to the element, I click choose image and I can select an image. We'll see how to do that. And for the advanced tab, this has to do with margins and padding, motion effects, transform, all these things. We'll see how to use most of these things. The things that you will really need to use. All right, now when you have an element selected, if I select this container, this will change to container. So the moment you drop an element, or the moment you select an element, a different element, these settings change to that selected element, the active element. So if I switch back to the image, this changes to image. And if I want to add another element, I'll click this icon up here. That will bring back the panels. So we can add some maybe heading text. I can go back to the panels again, add maybe a text editor, and you drop an element the moment that pink line appears anywhere. So I'll drop it right there. And now you have a double column container. So if I go back in here, collapse layout, basic, we have the pro panel, and this is made up of elements that are only available if you buy the premium version of Elementor. And we don't want to buy the premium version of Elementor unless you have that money, because we can use other elements provided by the third-party Elementor related developers that we saw, and we'll see how to do that. Now, in addition to the basic panel that has free elements, we also have the general. These are the basic, and these are the general elements. These are also free. They are provided by Elementor, the free version as well, and there are many. Collapse that. We have site. These are also provided by Elementor, but they are pro. We can't use them unless we have the premium version. Single. I don't know what that is. Then we have WooCommerce elements, also premium. You have to pay for them. And WordPress, these are free. You don't have to pay for them. Now, whenever we install an add-on that adds features to Elementor, it will be listed down here. So if we go back in here and say plugins, add new, Elementor. If we install, for example, Royal Elementor add-ons, it will have a panel listed here called Royal Elementor panels, and we can expand it and see the elements it provides. And they will help us get some of the features that we can't access from the Pro panel. We will be able to do many of these things without buying Elementor Pro. So that's just a quick overview of the Elementor workspace. And another thing I wanted to show you here is if you hit Control I, we can bring up the navigator. And this navigator here provides us with a bird's eye view of the web page. So if I collapse that and that and that, you will notice we have this container here. This is also a container. And of course, when I select it, as you can see, it's the one selected. This and this are inside this one, just the same way we have this and this inside this outer container. As I select them, they are getting selected right here on the navigator as well. And that's a good way for you to be able to access a container or element, just in case you're unable to select it right here. If sometimes we will try to select a container and we'll be unable to select it because of the header. We might see that as we progress, and that's when we can click the navigator to select it. Finally, if we click this burger menu, we have more settings up here, and we have site settings, theme builder, user preferences. The one that I like using up here is user preferences. This is a very important feature right here called editing handles. If I hover over here, if I want to do anything with this container here, I have to right click and get these options like delete or duplicate. So if I want to duplicate this, I have to right click, then duplicate. Or if I want to delete it, I have to right click and delete. But a quicker way to do it is by bringing up editing handles. Go to user preferences, editing handles. And now that means if I hover over this, it will automatically show those extra options here. And I can just hover over this and duplicate, hover over this and delete. So as you work with Elementor, you'll find that that's a very handy tool. And I suggest you activate it right now as we prepare to get started. I think we've covered everything I wanted us to cover. Of course, we'll get to see other parts of this area as we progress. We have this publish button. This is to publish the page. Let me just click publish. All right, now we can preview changes by clicking this eye icon. And that's how our page looks. We have this history section, this history icon. It shows us every single change we've made since we started editing this page, and we can jump back to a point in time when the web page looked different. In case we don't like the changes we've made up to maybe this point, if we click heading added, means it's gone back to the point when we added the heading. If we go back to container added, it'll go back to the point when we added the container. Everything else that came after is undone, but everything before that remains intact. It's like jumping back in time through a wormhole or something of that sort. Now with that, I think we have covered the Elementor workspace, but we'll get to see other parts as we progress. In the next lesson, let's now start by building the hero section. This is the hero section, and we'll start by adding this background image. So I'll see you shortly. So now we've had an overview of the Elementor workspace. It's time to add this hero image. So switching back to our workspace, here we are. I want to go to exit. Let's say leave. And now let's go back to pages. Remember we said we're not using this page, so I'll just trash it. And now let's add a new page. Click that. Let's give it a name. Of course, it's our home page. Now, the first setting we need to change is template. We want to change this to Elementor full width. And that means our page will be running from the very end to the other end. We want it to be full width. Now, these template options, I think, are only available when you install Elementor. If you've not installed Elementor, you won't see this option. So Elementor full width. Then let's go to the Astra settings. Those were the WordPress settings and Elementor settings. Let's go to Astra settings. When you install Astra, you get access to these extra settings. And what we want is full width. Once again, specifically the Astra theme knows we want to have a full width web page. And don't worry about these changes. Container style. These changes will only apply when the layout is set to normal or narrow. Normal or narrow. But we've chosen full width, so don't worry about these. Select sidebar. Sidebar, we don't want the web page to have a sidebar, so I'll say no. The same case applies to this. These settings will only apply when the layout is set to normal. We've selected no sidebar. Then let's disable elements. We can disable the Astra header, the default Astra footer, and the default Astra banner. Let me publish that. Publish. And now let's view page. I'll right click that and open link in new tab. Let's switch to that tab. Now we have a blank page, completely blank. If I go back in here, close that, and let's enable these. Update that, and let's go back in here and refresh the page. These are the things we've disabled because we're going to build our own using Elementor. So that's why we've disabled those. Going back in here, update that. So now refresh this blank page. All right, so now that we have this page ready, we can click edit with Elementor. Let me close the navigator. And now let's add a structure. I want to add this structure that's running from top to bottom because as you can see, everything is running downwards. The heading, the description, the buttons, everything. So this is a container. Now we can, while this container is selected, this says edit container. Let's go inside style. And let's say background type. Click that classic and select image. I'll go to the upload file so we can get it from the computer. Select files, and I want to go inside this folder. I'll share this folder that has all these images just in case you're following along. If you're using your own images, that's also good. So this is the image I prepared for the hero section. Open. There you go. I'll click select, and now the image is there. Now this is an advertisement by Elementor. They want us to install this plugin, but it's paid. You have to pay to get this service, so close that. Leave the image resolution to full. Position, let's say center. Let's also say, yeah, let's leave the attachment to default. Repeat, no repeat. We don't want the image repeated. And let's say we want this display size to be cover. In other words, we want the whole image to occupy this space. If we leave it at default, some of the image will be cropped out. So cover. And now let's go to layout. Let's go to height, minimum height. Let's change this to VH, viewport height. And let's say maybe, I think 50%. Now let's say 70%. Update that. Now you will notice we have a dark overlay here that allows us to see the text more clearly. So let's go back in here, and while the container is still selected, go to style, background overlay, expand that panel, background type. Let's go to color, black. And now you can play around with the intensity of the darkness. Maybe up to that point, 0.68. Choose whatever amount you want. Then update. And now you will notice we have this curve down here. So going back here, let's go to border. Wait, shape divider. Let's choose the bottom. Type curve. And then let's say invert. Just like that. Update. Preview the page. There we go. We can also increase the height a little bit. It's still selected. So layout, viewport height, 80%. Update that, preview the changes. There we go. Of course, going back in here, while it's still selected, style, shape divider, bottom, you can determine the height of this effect to your satisfaction. It's not rigid, it's not fixed in one place. So play around with it until you're satisfied with where it's positioned. I think that's it. If you want to do the top as well, which doesn't make sense in this context, you can do that, but it doesn't make sense for this particular context. So let's just remove the top curve. Let's say none for the top. Update that. Let's preview the changes. So that's how to add the background image for the hero section. In the next lesson, let's see how to add the text. So I'll see you shortly. And welcome back. So now we want to add this particular text right here. Now you will notice the text has this green color and this white color. So how do we achieve that? There are two ways to achieve that, and I'll show you how to do both of them so you can choose the one you want. So going back in here, let me just select a text heading. So I'll select that and drop it there. Let me go inside style, put it in the center alignment. And now while we're still under style, I'll go to text color and change that to white. And of course, let's go back to content, and I want to copy help us serve humanity. So copy that, switch back here, paste that in there. If you're typing, you can also just type humanity, but don't paste whatever your text right here. Don't paste it like that because it will come with whatever pre-formatting it had from where you copied it, just like we have here. So let me just get rid of all this. You can paste whatever you want in here without any issues. So help us serve humanity. Now, the first way to add this color here is by using CSS. Now, I don't expect everyone to know CSS, but let me just show you. I'll go here before the word span, create those two brackets and type span. Then go to the very end, two brackets, then inside I'll type a /, then span. This span is an HTML element that selects whatever text is in between these two is now selected for us to do anything we want with it using CSS. So in the first span, right after the word span, but before the bracket, I'll type style equals, then double brackets, then inside the quotes, that's after the first quote, I'll type color, colon, then I can paste whatever color I want in there. Now I want to go inside my assets. This folder will be available to you right below this video player, so you can download it and it will contain this color code document. Let me select this lime green, copy, go back in here. Now remember, we're still inside the quotes, we're before the second quotes, so I'll paste that color in there. And now whatever is in between the first span and the second span will have whatever style we've added applied to it. So that's one way to do it. Now you will notice this is at the very top and we want it to be in the middle. Looking at this space and this space, it's almost the same, so it's in the middle of this container. So going back in here, we want to select this container. Remember, this is a container-based system. And the good thing about containers is now that we have this container selected, if we go to layout, we have, first of all, we have direction and we have justify content. Now, as you can see, we can justify content to the start. That's the top, which is what we have currently. We can justify it to the end. You can tell by the longer line being at the bottom, like that. Or we can justify it to the center, just like that. All right, so now with that, we can also go in here and select a text editor and drop it right there. And when we drop it, let's go to style, text color, change that to white, and let's align it to the center. There we go. But now remember, we've used one method to change this color, but I mentioned we have two different methods. We can also use one of those Elementor related add-ons that we saw while installing Elementor. So let's update this first, preview the changes, and that's what we have. Now going back in here, in fact, I want to leave that intact. Let's go to the dashboard. I had this tab open, and let's go, and we also have Elementor searched, so we have Elementor related results. I think it's essential add-ons for Elementor. I might be wrong, but let's just install that. We're still going to use it anyway, so let's install it right now. Activate that. Advanced, next, view all. I want to see if what I'm looking for, we have fancy text, dual color heading. Yeah, this is what I'm looking for. Next, next, next. Just wanted to confirm that that's the right plugin. Count me in, no thanks. You can just allow the creator of this plugin to get reports about crashes and all that so they can improve their plugin. Close all these advertisements. Now going back here to our editor, if I refresh this page with Control R and now collapse these panels, you will notice now we have essential add-ons. So one of the elements that comes with essential add-ons, as we saw, is dual color heading. If I drop it right there, it'll have those dual colors. Now we can type humanity here, just like that. And before, help us serve, content settings. Let's remove this text. And let's also remove that icon. I think it's, where is the icon? Let's delete the icon, just like that. So now going inside style, while the dual color heading is still selected, we can go to color and typography. For the main color, we can, oh, that's the one we need to change to the green we wanted. I still had this code copied, so I pasted it in there. And for the second color, we can make it white. So let's go ahead and delete this, and you will notice I don't have those editing handles appearing. So let's go back to user preferences and enable that. Now I can delete that. Now this has a huge margin below here, so it's pushing this text too far, creating a huge space. So while it's selected, I'll go to advanced, margin, bottom, reduce that margin up to that point, maybe -50. Update that. Let's preview the changes. There we go. Another thing we want to do is now make it bigger. So go inside style while this is selected, color and typography. Let's change that to Montserrat. While that is still selected, I'll go to weight 900 black, and size, let's make it huge, maybe up to that point. Update that and preview the changes. There we go. So now we're starting to get something similar to this. And that's how to add the text to the home page, to the hero section, or any other section or container you want. In the next lesson, let's see how to add and style these buttons. So I'll see you shortly. And welcome back. So now it's time to add our buttons and style them. You will notice these buttons have some shadow, which makes them pop from the background. And we'll see how to do all that. So switching back to our workspace. Where is our workspace? Right here. So going back to our editor, I'll click this icon to go back to the panels, collapse essential add-ons and go to basic. We have a button here. So I'll drop that there. And of course, now we can duplicate it because we need two buttons. And now, of course, you will notice here they are side by side, not stacked on top of each other. So going in here, how can we achieve that? Remember, we're saying we're working with a container-based system. And one of the things we saw about containers is if I select this container here, it has direction settings. So the items inside a container can go from the left to the right, from top to the bottom. They can go in reverse. They can go upwards in reverse. With that concept in mind, we can go in here, layout, pick a container and drop it right below the text. And now if we take these elements, I'll just hover over this and drag it inside there. That's inside the container. Let me also pick this, drag and drop it right below this other one. Now both of them are inside this container. So now if I select this container, this will change to edit container. And under direction, they're currently in vertical column direction. We want them to go from left to right, just like that. That's the power of containers. The other thing about containers is, as we saw, we can use justification. Right now, they're on the far left, on the start. They can go to the end, or they can be in the center. Now they're in the center, and that's what we want. Update that. And let's preview the changes. There we go. Looking very awesome. So now one of the buttons is supposed to be white and the other one green. So let's go back in here. Let's select the first one. While it's selected, this will change to edit button. So I want to go to style. Now, first of all, let's go in here and change the text, projects. So while under content, projects, let's go to style. Now under border radius, let's make it 50 to give it that extremely rounded corner. And let's also go to the padding, the spacing between the text inside this colored background, the spacing between the text and the edges of the button. So let's break that link so we can edit each individual cell. On the left, we want to make it something like 60. On the right, 60. On the top, we can give it maybe 20. And that's the bottom, and the top, 20. Now let me just copy. Select this, right click, copy. Select this, right click, paste style. So we don't have to repeat the same on this. We've just copied the styling, the padding and the border radius, but we've not copied the text because that's not part of styling, it's part of content. So let me just select this and say, what does it say? Our story. There we go. But now we need to go inside style while this is still selected and say color. white. But for the text color, which was white also, we need to change that to a dark color. I want 1A, 1A, 1A. That's a dark gray. That's almost black. Update that. Preview the changes. There we go. But now our buttons don't have any shadow, and so they're not popping from the background. Looking at these, they have some nice shadows. So going back to our editor, while this is still selected, I'll go to box shadow. The moment I select that, it'll bring up some shadow. Maybe up to that point. You still can't see. Let's make the vertical maybe 30. No, that's too much. Let's say 15. Yeah, 15. Let's blur it and spread it out more. So that makes this 10. Let's make it 10. Let's make this 20 and this 15. No, the spread is too much. Let's make it 10 as well. Let's reduce this to 10. I think that's okay. 8. So 8, 10, 10. Selecting this. Let's go inside style, box shadow. So this was 8, 10, and 10. Update that and let's preview the changes. So there we go. So now in our reference website, they are bobbing like that. So let's go back and give them some bobbing effect when you hover over them. So while this is still selected, on hover, this will reveal these options. Hover animation. We have many, but I like bob, just like that. Let's create maybe let's select a different one for this. So style, hover. Let's say pulse. That's pulsing. But like I said, I like bob. So I'll select bob. Update that. Preview the changes. There we go. So that's how to create any button you want inside Elementor. Of course, there are many more options, but it's up to you to play around with all of them to find out what they do. So with that, we're done with the buttons. In the next lesson, it's time to start working on the header. In other words, the navbar and the logo to allow people to navigate through the website. And one thing you will notice from our sample website, as I showed you, when you start scrolling, the navbar or header remains sticky. And as I mentioned, I will show you how to make it sticky like that so that it's accessible from any part of the website. So let's see how to do all that in the next lesson. Don't go anywhere except to drink some water. And welcome back. So now it's time to create the header. In other words, the navigation area. So switching back to our editor. Let me just switch back here. To do that, we will need to use a plugin, an Elementor related plugin that has a few elements that are only available with the pro version of Elementor. Let me just show you what I mean. So first of all, let me just exit from this homepage editor. This is the body area and we're not building the header in the same place we're building the body. The navbar and the header is separate from the hero section. The hero section is part of the rest of the body, but the header and the footer are built in a separate area. So That's why we want to exit from here. So I'll click the burger menu, then exit. And now we need to install a plugin. Plugins. No, add new. Elementor. And it's called Elements Kit Elementor add-on. Elements Kit Elementor add-ons. Let's install now. And let's activate that. It's now installed. Here it is. So if we go to header and footer, we'll be redirected to a setup wizard to first of all just set up the plugin. We want to select advanced, and that's because if we choose basic, some of the elements here will not be available to us in the front end in the editor. So if we select advanced, for example, just look at one of these, maybe widget builder, select advanced. As you can see now, it's been switched on. That means the widget builder will be available to us in the front end panels on the left side. And so will many others here that were off in the basic setting. So next step, next. Same case, share non-sensitive diagnostic data. Next, save changes. There we go. So now if we go to the header and footer, this is where we'll have a list of all the headers and footers that are available to us that we've created. But since we've not created any, we don't have any here. So say add new. I'll say maybe my header. And the naming convention doesn't really matter. You can also say my header or header, whatever you want. This is called the camel case header. Of course, it's a header. I want it available on the entire site. Now, to be able to set conditions to have it only on one specific page, you need the pro version, but you don't need that right now. Then activate it. That means now it's available and visible on the web page or on the website. If at some point you don't want it to be visible while maybe you're updating it or working on it, but you want the website to still be active, you can deactivate it. So let's save changes. There we go. So now it's listed here and we can say edit. This pop-up will come up again. Edit content will be redirected to the front end to a separate editor. Still have access to all the same tools. So here we go. Remember we talked about, if we go back in here, we talked about the structures we have from Elementor, and we said, for example, this has 3 columns: the logo column, this other column with the navbar, and this button. So we can choose maybe this. Let me just go with this. And because we have these handlebars, we can just duplicate that so we have 3 columns. Now with the container selected, we can always just resize these different columns. All right, we're not able to edit that, but we can do that manually by selecting each column. Maybe this should occupy 30%. Now let's say 20%. This should occupy maybe 30%. 30%. And make sure this is set to percentage, because maybe if it's ems or pixels, it might be misbehaving on you. So percent, and this of course should be 40%, because 30, that's 60. So this is 40%. Wait, what's happening here? This should be 30. And this should be 30. All right, so there we go. Now in here, we want to add an image element. I'll drop it in there, then choose image. We want to add the logo. So upload files, select files. And here's the logo I created for that. select, and there we go. Update that. And all right. So now if we say preview the changes, we'll just see the header, but we can't see the page. So let's just go back in here. Let's go to pages, home. Let's view. Right click, open link in new tab so we can view it here. So that's what we have. But of course we want it to look like this. But before we make it look like that, let's first of all, in the next lesson, add this navbar. So I'll see you shortly. So now it's time to add the navbar. And the navbar is basically made up of menu items. And these are the menu items: home, about, projects, contact. Each of these is a menu item. So now switching back here, one of the reasons we installed Elements Kit Lite is I mentioned we will have access to a few elements that are only available in Elementor Pro. So if I collapse layout basic, if I go to Pro, scroll downwards, we will find nav menu, and this is in the Pro version of Elementor, so we can't drag it here. It only brings up a pop-up telling us to upgrade. So now Elements Kit provides us, let me collapse essential. Elements Kit also has its own nav element and Elements Kit header footer, and here it is, Elements Kit nav menu. So instead of digging in by scrolling through all this, you've noticed I'm just typing here. So just type nav, and that will bring every single element that has the letters NAV inside of it. So of course, this is the Elementor Pro element, which we don't want. Elements Kit nav menu is what we wanted. So let me drop that in there. And now once we drop it there, this changes to edit Elements Kit nav menu. Now you will notice here we have select menu because we need a menu to show this. Because remember, these are menu items, so they belong to a menu. So when we click this drop down menu, we're supposed to see a list of menus that we've created. But because we haven't created any menu, we need to do that right now. So first of all, let me say update. So I want to go to the dashboard, and if we go to appearance, menus, here we can create our first menu. Create your first menu below. So let's give it a name. So my menu, and let's make it the primary menu. Then click create menu. There we go. So once we've done that, the add menu items section is now active. Before that, it was faded out. Before we created the menu, it was faded out because we didn't have a menu to which we can add menu items. Now, of course, if I collapse this panel, you see menu items can be posts, pages, custom links, or categories. Or in some other themes, we can also have many other types of menu items right here. But the menu items we're going to use are pages. Each menu item will be a web page. As you can see, when we expand that, one of the pages that shows up is actually the only page we have on the website, home. So if I click that, I can say add to menu. And now it's been added to the menu. If I say save menu, now our menu has only one menu item. If I switch back to our front end right here, right click and reload this page, that's where we're editing the header. If I select the Elements Kit nav menu element, now if I click select menu, we have my menu, and it will show the only menu item it has. That's home. Update that. There you go. So now it only makes sense that we need more menu items, and because the menu items are web pages, it means let's create a few more pages. So I'll hover over pages, right click on add new page. That will open up in a new tab. Do the same again and again. So we have 3 tabs. Let me just close this. Now we have 3 tabs. Let me call this about. And for now, let me just publish without making any configurations right here. We'll do that later. Close that. We have the contact page, publish. And finally, we have the projects page. So close that and projects, publish, publish. Close that. Now, if I refresh this page, now we have more menu items here that we can check and add to menu. And now here they are. You can drag to rearrange. So I'll put contact there and about, before projects, save menu. There we go. Now if I switch to our header editor, right click, reload. Now we have all the menu items displayed here, but you will notice now it's on the left and we want it on the right. So if I select this element, changes to that element, horizontal menu position, we want it on the right, just like that. Now, finally, remember we also had let me just close that and that. Remember we have this button right here. So what we can do is, let me go here and I want to go to pages, home, right click and open link in new tab to edit with Elementor. Now let's go here. This is the home page editor. Now you can see the header is showing up, but we cannot edit it because this is not the header editor. It's just the page editor. But what we wanted was to right click this, copy. If I go back to the header editor, I can click here, right click, paste. And now we have the button pasted right there. And we want to align it to the right. Now you will notice here we have too much spacing and we can't just drag that. I want us to do some math. Maybe this is 30%, so that leaves 70%. This can occupy 25. No, this can occupy 50%. And therefore this occupies 20%. Update that. And let's preview the changes. There you go. But now you will notice these are not aligned vertically. The button seems to be a bit misaligned. It's a bit more elevated than the menu. So going back in here, let's select this container, align everything in the center vertically, or justify. Select this, justify to the center, and this, justify to the center. And we also want to reduce the height because it's too tall. So I'll select this text, advanced, break this link so I can edit the bottom alone. Just like that. Let's also reduce the top, 25, negative 25. Update that. And let's preview the changes. There we go. So now if we go to the page editor and preview the changes, that's what we have. So now you will notice we have a transparent background here on this header, but on ours right now, it has an ugly white background. So how do we achieve this result? That's what we'll be doing in the next lesson. So don't go too far. So now we've created our header, but it has this ugly white background that we want to get rid of. And we also actually want to make it sticky so that when we're scrolling, it remains at the top like that and the background changes to that black color. So how do we achieve that? Going back to our editor, to achieve that, we will need to use another Elementor related add-on, which is very awesome. So let's go back inside our dashboard, plugins, add new. And I want to add, let's say Elementor. Yeah, right here. Sticky header effects for Elementor. So install now and let's activate it. There we go, sticky header effects for Elementor. So now going back to our page editor. No, let me just close that. Let's go to our header editor. And now let's refresh this page in order to see the plugin we've just installed. So first of all, let me just select the container that's holding everything, the header container, and go inside advanced, collapse layout. And one of the options now is sticky header effects. And we got this immediately we installed sticky header effects. So now we can enable sticky header effects. And that gives us several options here. The first option here is transparent header. Sets the header position to absolute, so no negative margins are needed. So let's switch that on and say update. There we go. So let's preview the changes. All right, so of course you can't see any change. Now let's go back in here and go to pages. And let's go to the home page and right click, open link in new tab. Now that's what we have. Now if I reload this page, you will notice that skippy ugly white background showing up for a split second and then disappearing, and we don't want that. Let's have a look at what we have on our reference website. This is the reference website. If I reload, you'll notice we have this gradual nice fade in. So let me just reload once again. Nice fade in. So once again, let's do that here. We don't want that. So let's solve that. First of all, let's also solve this problem here. Going back to our header editor, and I want to push this to the other side. Header editor, select the Elements Kit nav menu, go to style, collapse menu wrapper, open up menu item style, item text color. Let's change that to white. Update. Let's say on hover, we want the color to be this color, this green. So paste that in there. So on hover, it's that green. And when it's active, it's also that green. In other words, when we're on the page, on that specific page, its link should be green. Just like here. All right, so going back in here, if I go to our results page and refresh this page, at least now the menu is visible, but we still have that jerkiness up here. So going back in here, first of all, let's select each element. I'll select charity fund, advanced, go to motion effects, and we want the entrance animation to be fade in. I want to do the same for the Elements Kit nav. Go to advanced, motion effects, entrance animation fade in, and the same case applies to the button. Or the button can also have a different motion effect. Motion effects, entrance, fade in, update that. All right, so now another thing we need to do is make this background image also fade in. So in order to go to edit this page, the home page, we can just go directly to edit with Elementor. And if you want to edit the header, we can go to my header. So edit with Elementor. That will open up the main page editor. So now here we are. I want to select this background container. And now, as you can see, I mentioned sometimes it might be unable to select it. So I'll hit Control I to bring up the navigator, and I'll select container. Now we've selected it. If I go to advanced, motion effects, entrance animation, fade in, update that. And let's preview the changes now. Notice how it will fade in. See that? Now we don't have that jerkiness. Once again, let me reload. Just like that. So now we are done with the sticky header effects. And we've also added some motion effects. We'll be adding motion effects to every element we add, just to add some life to the website. So in the next lesson, let's talk about global fonts. I'll see you shortly. So now it's time to talk about global fonts. Now let's switch back to our workspace right here. No, first of all, let's just look at what we have on the reference website. You will notice here we have Montserrat only on all the sections. But right here on the website we're currently working on, we have, I think this is Roboto, except this header that we set explicitly as Montserrat. Now going back in here, we can manually, as we build the web page, we can manually go to style, typography, and change that to Montserrat, and go to the button right here, do the same, style, where's typography, Montserrat. Now if we'll keep doing that for every element, and we want to build a web page that has all these elements, it means we're repeating ourselves. If we want to use Montserrat on the entire website without using other fonts, we can just set Montserrat as the global font, and that means we'll not need to set the font again. So that's what I wanted to show you how to do. So first of all, let me add a text editor just so you can see this is still Roboto. If I add another one, this is Roboto. Style, typography, that's Roboto. So now what we want is to be able to just drop that text and it's automatically Montserrat, not Roboto, or whatever font you want it to be. So going inside this burger menu, site settings, global fonts. Now we can set the primary font, Montserrat. Spell that right. As you can see, the primary text has changed to Montserrat. Let me do the same for secondary, Montserrat. I'll repeat the same for text. And finally, accent, Montserrat. Now, it doesn't matter which element you're using. If it has some text, it will be Montserrat. So let me just update that. And let's go back to the editor. And now, as you can see, this has changed to Montserrat. If I select that, go to typography, it should be Montserrat. Wait. No, wait. So let me just get rid of that navigator. this is already Montserrat. If I select this and go to typography, it's Montserrat. And if I now add a heading, it will be Montserrat. As you can see, it's Montserrat. If I add a text editor, it's also Montserrat. So now we're done with the global fonts, or whatever font you set is the font you will continue using onwards. You won't need to touch that setting again. Size. So let me just delete all this, update that. And now with that, in the next lesson, let's go ahead and set the home page, because if we preview the changes here, and if I go to the header editor, for example, or if I go here and remove everything here, if someone goes to our WordPress website.com or whatever extension you chose, they're supposed to be taken to the home page. If I hit enter, that's not our home page. This is supposed to be our home page. So how do we set that? Another thing, if we go here to the header settings, I select this image and go to content. We can set this to be a link to the home page. So under link, content link, custom URL, let me just copy wordpresseverything.com and paste it in there, update that. If I click preview the changes, now if I hover over this, it's a link. And if I click it, it's supposed to take us to the home page, this page, but instead it's taken us to the default Hello World page provided by WordPress. So let's see how to set the home page. Going back inside the dashboard, let's go to settings, reading. Home page displays a static page, and that static page is the home page. So save changes. And now going back in here, if I click the logo, it'll take us to the home page. As you can see now, yourwebsite.com now leads to the home page that you've built. And that's how to set the home page. We saw how to set the global fonts. In the next lesson, let's now start working on the rest of the body, all these other sections. So I'll see you shortly. And welcome back. So now we're done with the hero section. It's time to work on the rest of the sections that make up the body of the web page. Then after that, we can work on the footer. So let's see how to create these elements. So first of all, let me just reload the page. And as you can see, they're just popping up one by one from the bottom of the page. So let's switch to our editor right here. I want to go, now we're done with the header. So I'll just go ahead and close that. So close that tab. Let me also close that. So now we're on the page editor. All right. So now, of course, right here, we have these 4 icon boxes. So let's see how to create them. Going in here, I want to select, let's see. Let me just start with this like that. And I want to add an icon box. So I'll go in here and type icon. And we're looking for that icon box. And as you can see, these are 2 people. So let me, while this is still selected, this is icon box. Let me change the icon right here to, let me say people. This one here. And the heading here says impact. So this is still icon box settings, title, impact. That changes in real time. Let me just copy this text that I generated with AI. You can also generate it right here, right with AI. Step into the, but this means you need to connect to Elementor.com, to your Elementor.com account. Let's see. Exactly. So if you want to use the AI capabilities, you need to connect to Elementor.com, your Elementor.com account. Now, I will not do that. Let me just close that and paste this text that I generated using ChatGPT. What else? As you can see right here, we have more spacing, while here it's very minimal. So let's go inside style, content, and say spacing up to maybe that point, 15, just like that. Let's change the color of this impact. First of all, let me select the typography and give it a weight of 900. Let's say 800, no, 900. And let's also change the color to this green. Copy that, lime green. No, wait, it's supposed to be that black. 1A, 1A, 1A. And on hover, still remains that color. Let's go in here. Let's collapse content and open up icon. Change to that green. And now you will notice we have these shadows and an outline. And when you hover, it changes to a very light green. So those are settings set to the column that's holding them, or this container that's holding the icon box. So first of all, let me just duplicate it 3 times, then delete that last one. I just want us to visually have 4 items. We'll delete these 3 and duplicate this once it's styled. So let's select this first container here. And let's give it inside style. Let's go to border. And let's make it solid. So now it's black. We want to give it this light gray. So I'll just copy that light gray. Border color. Paste that in there. As you can see now, it's that light gray. Then we also want the border to have a border radius of 20. So if I select this, as you can see now, it has that rounded corner. And we also want to make this border thicker. So let's make it 5. If I select this, as you can see, it's 5, but we also need to increase the padding on the sides to push the content inwards and create more space. So select it once again. Border. We don't have padding there. Let's go inside advanced padding. Let's give it 20. While this is linked, whatever change you make in one cell will apply to the rest. So 20. Just like that. So now let's select it once again. Go inside style, border, box shadow. And now let's make this vertically, let's say 10. Let's also spread it out. Let's make it spread, but let's make it less pronounced. Maybe up to that point. Click here just to have a look at it. I think it's starting to take shape. We actually want to make, let me select this light gray, and the background is what needs to be that light gray. So background color, that light gray, so that it stands out from this background. And now for the border, why don't we make it slightly darker? So I'll just drag this up to that point, and let me select this other one so we can see. I think it's better now. Let's select this once again. I'll go to border. I want to go to the box shadow and reduce the spread. Reduce the blurriness. No, let's increase the spread slightly. On hover, we can have a different level of spread. We can spread it out more. Now, if I select this, right click, copy, select this, paste style, select this, paste style, select this, right click, paste style. And now we need some spacing between them. So select the container that's holding them. And under layout, right below justify content, we also have gaps between the different items. Let's make it 20. Update that. And let's take this container that's holding them, advanced margin. Let's reduce the top margin to push them up just like that. 50, 55. Update that. Let's preview the changes. All right, so I think I like the animation on hover, the box shadow animation. But of course, if you want to change it, you can go in here under style, go to border, hover. Let's go to box shadow. As you can see, if for example you increase the blur on hover, it affects it just like that. Look at the rest. Do I like that better? Just play around with these settings. Select whatever box you want. Switch to hover. Open up the box shadow. Play around with these effects and hover over it to see what's happening. But I like this effect that we have by default. So I'll just right click, copy, select this, paste style. That's the hover effect I like. And that's how to add these icon boxes. In the next lesson, let's see how to add this section right here. So I'll see you shortly. So now we've created this section. Let's just preview the page once again. There we go. And what we want to do is create this section right here. But before we do that, notice that on our reference page or reference website, when we hover over each icon box, the background changes color. So that's very easy. If we go back to our editor, let's go and select the first one, style, background. Of course, the background color is this light gray, but on hover, we can give it a different color by clicking background type, then color. And you can give it any color you want. So let's say, for example, that green, light green, just like that. So now it's up to you to select the color you want. I think I had created a very light green here. Copy that, paste it there. Yeah. Then once you've done that, let me just select, copy, select, right click, paste style, select, right click, paste style, select, right click, paste style. And I think these spaces are too big. So I'll select the container, go to layout. Let's make, what about 10? Update that, and let's preview the changes. All right, I like that. So now let's move on to creating a section like this, which is very easy. Going back in here to our editor, I'll select this double column section. And while the container is still selected, I'll go to advanced, break that link and give it a top margin of 100 to give it that spacing. In fact, let me give it 200. No, that's too much, 150. Yeah. In here, let's add an image element. And in here, let me select that, duplicate it, because we don't want to start creating another dual header right here when we already have this. We can just duplicate that. Don't repeat yourself. Drag that and drop it there. And now, while it's still selected, help us serve main color, solid color 1A, 1A, 1A. Let's go back to content. Align it to the left like that. Title tag should be H2. I forgot to say that this should be H1. Every single page on your website should have one H1 heading. And then for the major headings on your web page, they should be H2. I'll select this, go to style, typography. Let's go to, we want the title style, typography here. Let's make it 40 or maybe 45. Let's also reduce the line height, spacing between the lines, maybe up to that point. Next thing we want is some text. Of course, you will add your own actual text for your website. Let's drop that there. And of course, you will notice here it's centralized within the div vertically. So I'll select this column, this container, go to justify content center vertically. We also need some double buttons, so I'll duplicate that container and drag this inside there. Then align them to the left. So I'll select the button right here, go to style, box shadow. Let's reduce that. No, wait. Left 5. Let's reduce the spread up to maybe that spot. So that's 1. I'll select this, style, box shadow 1. Then let's also select, let's make them less pronounced. In other words, less opaque, more transparent, like that. So that's 0031. Select this, go in here, select transparency. Let's make that 31 as well, update that. I also want to select this image, go here, go inside our asset folder, this image here. Select that. Oh, in fact, wait, this is actually an image carousel. Yeah, it's an image carousel. So I need to let's get rid of this image and let's type carousel, image carousel, like that. In other words, it's some sort of slider. So select all the images we want. This is one of them. Let's select these other two, enter. Hold down Control, select this one as well. Now with these three checked, we want to create a new gallery, these three, then insert gallery. Slides to show, let's go and say 1. I think that's all we need for now. Let's also create some spacing between these two. Select that, container, go to layout. Let's make it 20. Update that. And now you will notice right here, the text, all the text is a little bit positioned further on the left than the buttons, so they're not aligned. And that's because every container has some default padding when you add any elements to it. So I'll select this container and remove all the padding. That means the buttons now are on the very edge of the container, which is in line with this text body and this heading. Select, let's update and preview the changes. Awesome. I like that. But now our heading is sticky, but at the same time, it does not have that black background. So that means when we're on the white section, it will not be visible. So if I duplicate that twice, just to enable us to scroll further. If we scroll further like that, now we can't see the links. So we need to do something about that. I'll go to edit with Elementor, my header. Select the container, go to advanced. Let's go to sticky header effects. And we want to enable the background color. Let's give it that 1A, 1A, 1A. And at the same time, we also want to shrink the logo up to maybe 70, 60%. We also want to shrink the header to maybe 65%. And if I switch to our example here, notice that the background height reduces together with the logo in size. As you can see, that's what we want. So let's preview the changes. And of course, this is not what we want. We want to click the logo to go to the home page. And now when we scroll, let's go to the preview page. Of course, let's remove these, but at least our page is taking shape. Now let's get rid of that. We'll update that a little bit later. Let's get rid of that and that. Update that. Preview the changes. Scroll. Notice the header is not really reducing in size, in height. So let's just go back in here once again. And what we want to do is select the container itself and remove the padding. Update that. Preview the changes. Let's go to the home page. Let's scroll. Just like that. I think now it's better. So basically, that's how to create this section. In the next lesson, let's see how to create this section with this fixed background image like that. So I'll see you shortly. So now we've created this image carousel section. Now it's time to create this. Let's switch back to here. We want to create this fixed background section. So let's go back to our editor. Let me just close down this and that. Going back to the editor, I want to duplicate this by clicking that. And that means it already has that top margin of 100, separating it from this other one. Now with that, first of all, I want to drag this container to this side, drop it when that pink line appears, and now it's reversed. Select this image because remember, it's this other type of image. So selecting this carousel, in fact, let's get rid of it. Select that image element, and then let's go select this image right here. Open that. Select that. Awesome. With the image element still selected, I'll go to style, border radius. Let's give it 20. That will give it that rounded corner like that. And remember, we duplicated this container. So this container has all the settings, including the gap of 20 we set earlier. So just like that, but above and below, we want to give it some nice breathing room, just like that. Currently, we don't have that room. So while this is selected, go to advanced. Let's break the padding. Then bottom, I think it's 50. Now let's give it 80. And top, let's give it 80. So now it's, now it's looking good. While it's still selected, let's go to style, background type. Let's select an image. And we want to go to upload files, select files. And this is the image right here. Let me just drag this so we can have a preview. So open that, select that, and now here we go. But remember, we have some few settings to change here. Position, let's say center. For the attachment, let's say before we do anything, if we scroll, it's moving together with the image. But if we say fixed, we will be scrolling through it. It'll be acting like a background to that container. It's like we're revealing what's behind the container. Then for this, let's say no repeat, and for the size, let's say cover, just like that. And now, of course, on our sample page here, we have that light green background color. You don't necessarily have to have that. Let me try this light gray. Copy that. Let's give it that color. So now it has that slight gray. Update that. And let's preview the changes. Scroll downwards. There we go. I think we need to make it slightly green just to keep the theme. So select that, paste that in there, but I want to make it less screamy. Update that, preview the changes. Awesome. Now, we could have done the motion effects later, but I think we should do it now. So let's add the motion effects to these different elements so that they behave like these. These are already animated as we saw. Let me just reload that page. All right, so let's add those motion effects. Going back in here, let me select this. I'll select this first one. Go to advanced, collapse layout, open up motion effects. bouncing up. I like bouncing up like that. And we can set this to 0. Then the second one, advanced, collapse layout, motion effects, default, bouncing up. But now for the animation delay, we gave this 0. Now let's give this maybe 200. It'll take 200 milliseconds to get there. Then let's move to this, advanced, collapse layout, motion effects, bouncing up. You can experiment with these others if you want. 400. And then let's select the last one, advanced, motion effects, bouncing up, 600. Update that. Let's also select this text right here, advanced, motion effects, let's say bouncing left. Same case applies to these others. As I said, feel free to experiment. Select the button, bouncing left. No, that's rotate left. So let's go to bouncing left. Finally, for that, motion effects. And for the image carousel, let's go to advanced, motion effects, bouncing right. Update that. Let's preview the changes. There we go. All right, so of course I will do the same for the rest. I would expect now you understand how to do it. So do that for the main text here on the hero section and this other one. I'll just fast forward this section. All right, so now I've done that. Let's just preview the changes. That's how mine are animating. Awesome. So basically that's how to add this fixed background image section. In the next lesson, let's see how to, oh wait, we can just duplicate this section right here. Let's create this section because it's very easy. Let's just duplicate that. While this is still selected, go to style. Let's remove the image, background image. Let's also remove this color, select the color, then click this clear button, and now it's clear. Let's also remove this padding of 80, 0, 0. And now let's carry this image to this other side. Like that. Of course, it's up to you to change all these details. This is your contribution matters. Your contribution But now, as you can see, there is no way to continue writing the rest of the text in the initial color. And so that seems to be a limitation of this plugin. So what we can do is use the other method I showed you earlier. And that's basically just adding a heading, then typing, let me just copy all these texts, paste it in here. Your contribution matters. Let's go to style. Let's make it 1A, 1A, 1A. Let's also go to typography, give it a weight of 900. Let's make it 45 in size. Let's also reduce this line height up to maybe that spot. Let's get rid of this. So now with this selected, go to content, and contribution is the text we want to change. So let's use span. Remember, let's open with span. After contribution, let's also have inside the two brackets / and span, but the first span doesn't have a /. Then before the closing bracket right here, let's say style equals double quotations, then inside the quotations, color, colon, space. Let's copy this green, copy, paste it before the second quotation. Now, in actual CSS code, you're supposed to finish that with a semicolon. Update that. Let's preview the changes. Scroll downwards. Just like that. I think that's all for now for this lesson. Now we are done with all the sections up to this point. Wait, we can also add this section before we move on to the next lesson to do this. So this is very easy to do. All we need to do is go back in here. Let's duplicate this. And then let's drag it right below this other section. When you get to the bottom here, use your middle mouse wheel to scroll while you're still holding down the left mouse button. All right, so here we go. Now we select the container style. Let's replace this image with, what image do we have here? Upload files. I think this is the image. Open, select, exactly. But now, of course, we need to have a background overlay. We should be color black. And let's increase the intensity up to that point. I think I'll leave it at that. Of course, now let's get rid of this container. Now this container is still occupying 50% of the space left. So let's make it 100%. Select this, go to style, color typography, change solid color to white. While it's still selected, let's go to content, align it to the center, select the text here, style, color white, select the container here, justify content to the center, update that. Preview the changes, scrolling downwards. There we go. So we can't scroll further because we don't have any more content below there. Next, in the next lesson now, let's see how to create our project here. Yeah, so I'll see you in the next lesson. So now we are done with this section here. Now it's time to create this current project's post grid. This is a post grid. So one thing I've noticed here is that we have just one button. So going back to our editor, where is our editor? Here we are. Let's go back in here and get rid of one of the buttons. And now we're well balanced. Now let's also get rid of that. Now your button should read something different. Maybe this is learn more, and you can provide the link right here. So if you want it to lead to, let's just lead it to the about page. We'll take the URL, copy, paste that there. Then let's say about. So that will open up the about page. And if you want to open in a new tab, you can click that. It says open in new window, but it's a tab. update that. And let's preview the changes. So now if I scroll all the way to that section and click learn more, it will open up in a new tab, and here's the about page. And I know it's the about page because if we go back to the dashboard and go to the pages, whatever page we created is going to be our domain / the name of that page. You can tell by saying edit, maybe say quick edit. And as you can see, here's the slug. Whatever extension comes after here is the slug. So about or contact. For the contact, if I click contact, you can also go to the edit page. And here we are. The URL is wordpresseverything.com/about. Now going back in here. So now going back in here, that's that. Now let's go back to create this stuff right here. So going back to our page, I'll go to the bottom and let me duplicate this so that it has that margin. Scroll all the way to the bottom. And now I just want to be left with one. So delete that column or that container. Select this. Get rid of this button, but leave the container. And I want this container that's holding everything to be 100%, to occupy 100% of the width. Just like that, update that. Then let's come here and say current projects. So let's use this. We could have used this just by changing, first of all, let's remove matters to us. And then for the contribution, we change it to projects. Current. Of course, anything between span takes up whatever style we've applied to it. Or of course, just go here to style, typography, change this to 1A, 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 and then change that to current project. So whichever you want to use. So with this, I'll go to style, centralize, select this, go to style, centralize it as well. Select this, I think it's bigger. So under style, typography, let's make it bigger like that. But remember, it's still an H2. And now in here, wait, let's first of all break whatever margin settings we had set on that. Doesn't seem to be changing. All right, let's just add that margin like that. Let's say 10. And this one 10. Now below here, let's add a grid, type grid, and we have a post grid by essential add-ons. That's the one we want. Update that. Now, this looks a little bit weird, so let's go back to the backend and create an actual post, because these are posts. Like if you were writing an article or blog post, this would be a grid that would lead to different blog posts or different articles. But in our case, they are leading to the detail page of a specific project. So essentially what we're doing is creating something like a blog post. So let's go inside posts. I'll click that. and this is the hello world that's showing up here. In fact, let's say update and preview the changes. Scroll all the way to the bottom. So that's how that looks. I want us to create a nice, maybe 2 or 3 blog posts or 3 posts. So I'll right click, open link in new tab. Same case applies to that. So we have 3. I'll just copy the names I had used right here. So let's go back to the home page. Scrolling all the way to the bottom. Free medical. Paste that in there. And for now, I'll just hit publish. Let's copy that. Go to the second one. Paste it in there, publish. Copy that. Paste it in there and publish. Of course, you would type your own actual project names. Now going back in here, we have 3 projects. Okay, let's go to the first one here. Let's set the basic configurations. Template, we want full width. We also want to go inside the Astra settings, say full width. No sidebar. Then disable these 3 elements here. Update that. Edit with Elementor. There we go. So now let's start with, let me just open this and see how it looks. So first of all, we have a double column container here. So I'll click this double column. And of course, remember, we also have this top section right here. We can go inside our home page where we're editing the home page, because this is the post we're editing. Let's go to the home page, and I want to select this, right click, save as template. Let's say page top template, so that because we're going to create several posts, we don't want to have to recreate it all the time to put it at the top of each post. So save that. Now it's saved. Let me close that. Remember, this is the home page editor. Let's go back to the post we're editing. Now, if we go to this icon right here, add template, we can go to my templates. And here is the page top template. Let's insert, apply. And here we are. Now I want to drag this and put it at the top. But remember, in the home page, it has a margin of 100. So right here, we want to go to advanced and remove that margin, 0. So it doesn't have any margin at the top. Another thing, let's give it some padding at the top. So let's give it maybe 150. For the bottom, let's give it 50, so that it has 150 between the top and where the content starts. Let's say 200. Then let's remove this container holding the button. And I think that's okay. So now we can actually right click and save this as the template we will use. Let's just say page top. Page top. Now we can delete page top template because it has that margin and we don't want to keep updating that margin. Now we can use page top template. And by deleting the other one, it doesn't affect this because this is a copy of that. It's not the same one we've deleted. So while this is still selected, let's go to style, background overlay. I want to make it slightly darker like that. Update. Right here it says giving is caring. So select this. Giving is caring. Let's also select this text and remove part of it. You can have a brief description that you want to have there on your real website. Let me remove that, and I want to reduce this margin on the text. Advanced, break that margin, reduce the margin like that. Update it. All right, so now once again, Control I want to select this container. It's the same container as the one we saved. So right click, save as template. So now I'm saving it once again because, let me remove page top. I'm saving it once again because we've made that edit to this margin and we don't want to keep making that change. So now with that, let's select this new container below it. We added this container before we added that. With this selected, let's go to advanced, top margin 100. No, wait, we've not removed this link. And then let's give this a width of 70%. Of course, now that means this is 30%. Select an image, place it there. Select that. Let's go in here, upload files, select, let's just say these two kids, they need school fees. As usual, let's go to style, border radius, and give it that rounded corner. Now we want to add some heading right below it, so I'll select that and duplicate it. And right below the image, but still inside this container on the left, we want to drop it right there. While it's still selected, let's go to style, typography, change this to 1A, 1A, 1A. And let's go to content, align it to the left. Now I want to take this text. Let's help Ed and Jill go to school. All right, now we could also just use a normal heading. Copy that, paste it in there. 1A, 1A, 1A. Montserrat already, but let's say 900. Size 45. Line height up to that point. So let's get rid of this. Okay, while it's still selected, advanced, remove that link. Let's say 50. All right, let me just copy this text. Click that, text editor, drop it in there, select this, then I'll hold Control-Shift-V to paste without any pre-formatting from the other website. So Control-Shift-V. If you just Control-V, if the text had some styling from the other website, it'll be applied here. Update that. And now in here, we will need to add this donation form right here. But that's something we're going to create in a later lesson while we're still working on the website. So we're not going to create that right now. We just wanted to have a post that we can display in the front end. So now going back, now that this is saved, let's just preview it for a second. All right. But now because we had set these up here to slide in from the right, they're sliding from the right. I think it's better for them to slide in from the bottom. So I'll select the container that's holding them, advanced, collapse layout, motion effects, bouncing up, update, preview the changes. Exactly. Now I won't save it once again, but you would need to save it once again if you don't want to keep making those changes all the time. You save as template and then get rid of the other template that did not have that bouncing up. Otherwise, you're going, every time you add the older one, it's going to be coming in from the right. So here's what it looks like. The form, you need to remove this. The form will be coming in from this side. So let's go in here. I think there is some problem here. All posts. We're editing free medical. So let's edit that. Let's go to the excerpt. Let's not allow comments or pingbacks. That means we won't see this section right here. So let's update that. Then reload this page. Scrolling down, empowering PWDs with love. This is a link to the next post. So let's edit that. Do we really need that? Okay, I'll find out how to get rid of that because I don't really like this, but I think it also looks nice, by the way. It looks awesome. So with this created as our template, I want us to go back to the home page. So I want to first of all close all these down, all of these. And now this is the home page where we were editing the home page. Let's refresh the home page editor. Now scrolling all the way to the bottom. Now here we are. Select the post grid by clicking that edit icon right there. And then we want to say posts per page. I want 6. I think it just wanted us to touch any of its settings for it to actually look more presentable. Now here we go. Update that. And I think this lesson has become too long. So let's see how to style this in the next lesson because we don't want to make it too long. So see you shortly. So now it's time to start styling this post grid. So first of all, we say that the number of posts per page is 6. We've created only 3 posts. So if I go back in here, we have only 3 posts. Let's also go to layout settings and say we want 3 columns. Right now we have 4. That's why we have this space. So 3 columns. Update. And on our reference website, remember, if I go home, let's scroll all the way to the bottom. It looks presentable with some nice image. The text looks awesome. So let's first of all add these images. So to display an image for each post, we need to add what we call a featured image. So let's go back, edit. And of course, under the WordPress settings, if you scroll downwards, you'll find featured image. Let me select that. And I think it's these 2 kids. Awesome. Update that. And now if we go to this home page right here. Now, first of all, let me just preview the changes to the page. Scrolling all the way to the bottom. Wait, what's happening? Let's refresh the page. We want the changes we've made to take effect. Why isn't it displaying? Let's just select this once again. I think I need to add a caching plugin because I need to clear cache. As you work on your WordPress website, sometimes your website might misbehave because of some stored cache. I don't want to go into details on what cache is, but you've most likely come across that term. And if you find your website is sometimes misbehaving even when you make some changes, sometimes adding a caching plugin might solve your issues. So I want to go back in here. We've already updated this. So I want to go to plugins, add new. In here, I'll type cache, and I like Lightspeed. Lightspeed cache, install now. Activate. All right, now, so here we are. It's installed, but here's an icon for it. I want to purge everything. Purging is basically just getting rid of unwanted cached files. So purge all caches successfully. So I now want to refresh this with Control Shift R. That's what we call hard refreshing. Let's see if we've solved that. Now let's see what we have down here. It's still behaving like that. So let me just select it. Let me just say 5 here. So enter. All right. So at least just making a change on any of these settings here makes it behave better. When I was creating this other one here, it wasn't behaving like that. So I don't know what's happening, but it's all good. So let's just say 4 for now. Update. How many columns? We said we want 3 columns. I don't want to show the author name. Let me just get rid of it completely. Let's come here and say update. Let's say grid, post grid, and I'll just put it below the text without any container. So it'll just be freestyle. So it's now not in the container we were using initially. So let's go here and say 6 posts per page. So that means we will have a few more even below this. Then for the layout, we want to have 3 columns. Update that. And let's preview the changes. I think now it should work as expected. So scrolling all the way to the bottom. There we go. Very good. So the issue was the container that was holding them. Now we want to do the same for these 3. So I'll go back in here, posts. I'll right click, open link in new tab. And a quick way to right click and open link in new tab is just to press the middle mouse wheel. If I press that, it'll just open it in a new tab. So going in here, empowering PWDs, empowering. All right. So let's go to featured image, upload files. Here we are. Set featured image. All right. Let's update that. Let's also say renewable energy, set featured image, select file. Here we go. Open that. Set featured image. Update that. Now they're both updated. So let me just close the two of them. Go back in here, Control Shift R to hard refresh to reflect the changes we've done in the backend. So going back down here, here we go. Of course, now, like as I was saying, if I select this layout settings, I don't want to show the author name, this here. I also don't want to show the date, but I want to show the excerpt. Of course, everything else is okay, but we don't have any text. Now, this giving is caring, lorem ipsum is what you saw when we, let's go here. If we click that to open it, that's this text. It's just picking an excerpt from what we have. But the excerpt we want is this. So I'll select this, copy it, then I'll go back in here. I think this is it. Free medical, yeah, this is it. So edit. And right below the featured image, we have the excerpt space. So I'll paste it in there, update. And now if we go back here, let me just refresh this. Wait, cancel, update that. Now let me refresh the page so it can reflect the changes we've made. Scrolling all the way to the bottom. Now it has meet Ed and Jill, two bright, ambitious, meet Ed and Jill, two bright, ambitious kids. So going back in here, while this is still selected, we want to go to layout settings and we need to change excerpt words. We can say we need 30 words. So now that shows more of the excerpt. Exactly. So now I'll repeat the same process for these two, but I'll fast forward this section, or maybe not. But so let's go back. I'll go back in here. Middle mouse click to open in a new tab. And I want to grab these lorem ipsums from the reference website. Empowering copy that. Let's go back in here. Below here, I'll paste that excerpt, update. Then I'll go and pick this other one. Right, so renewable energy. Oh, all right. I just repeated these because I did not want to spend time creating stuff because this is not a real website for me. So I'll just repeat under renewable energy, I'll just paste in the help Jill and Ed. Update that. So now let's close them. Go back here into the editor. I'll hard refresh, Control Shift R, but you can just Control R. I'm just hard refreshing because I don't want to struggle with cache again. Scrolling downwards. Here we go. So now, before we finalize the styling, let's just scroll and go down to see what we have. That's how it looks, but we want it to look like this. So going in here to our editor, while this is still selected, go to style. We want to edit the border radius of this box that's holding the image and the text. We want to give it a border radius of 20, just like that. Let's collapse that and go to the, in fact, let's go back here. Border type, say none. We don't want them to have a border. Then post grid, thumbnail style, border radius 20, just like that. It's already starting to take shape, by the way. Update. Next thing we want to do is add this box shadow. So while we're still under post grid style, let's go to box shadow, and it's already appearing, but we want to spread it out a little bit and blur it, but it's too dark. So let's go in here and reduce the opacity, just like that. And we also want to change the background color. I want to give it that very light gray. So copy that like that. It's at least standing out a little more. Next, let's collapse post grid and let's go to meta style. Typography, first of all, let's align it to the center. Wait, no, that's meta. In fact, I don't even want to see. Let's go to layout. Avatar, don't show the avatar. That's the image of the author. Go back to style, post grid style, typography. Yes, that's where we want to go. Align it to the center. That's the title. And now the excerpt, align it to the center as well. Let's go to the read more button, align it to the center as well. For the read more button, let's also say a background type. Let's give it that green. So I'll select this green and paste it in there. And for the text, I'll give it a white color. For the border radius, let's give it maybe 10. Yeah, 10 is okay. But for the padding, let's give it a bottom padding of 20 and top padding of 20. For the margin, let's break that. Margin top, let's give it something like, yeah, I think 20 is okay. 20, no, let's say 25. I think that's better. Collapse, wait, let's make the text slightly bigger. So typography, size 16. 16 is okay. On hover, we can make the button black. So background type 1A, 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 like that. Collapse that now. Let's go to color, typography, and spacing. Text color, I think that's good. The default color is good. But for let's go to typography, give it a weight of 900. Let's increase the size, maybe 40. Let's decrease line height up to something like that. Update. And let's preview the changes now. Scrolling down. There we go. So I think it's now taken some nice shape. This hover right here can maybe be green, but I like the blue. It's complementing the green, but of course you will use your brand colors. So I will just leave it at that. Yeah, so let's add this button right here, because when I click this button on this reference website, it'll take me to the projects page. So let me just click all projects. So just like that, now you can view all the projects listed here. So this button does a great job. So all I need to do is go to the editor, duplicate this. Remember, don't repeat yourself. Just copy stuff and paste them. So let's drop it right below when that line appears there. Now it seems to have some settings. No, it doesn't have some margin settings, but so let me just break that margin. Give it maybe 50. That's 500. 50. Then let's go to content, align it to the center, style, color, 1A, 1A, 1A. On hover, we want it to be that green. Background type, yeah. And of course, while it's still selected, content, the link here should be paste, it should go to projects, update, preview the changes. Scroll all the way to the bottom. I think this spacing is too big. Update, let's say 80. Update that, preview the changes, scroll all the way to the bottom. And now I think it's much better now. So we've created the current project's post grid. Now, in the next lesson, we'll be creating the footer, a footer like this. So I'll see you shortly. So we want to create a footer like that. So let me just go back to our editor. Of course, remember, we're not creating the footer right here. We're creating it in a separate editor, just like the header. So I want to go to that burger menu and exit. Close that. Let me also close that. Now let's go to Elements Kit, header and footer. Add new. My folder. There we go. Now, yeah, let's activate it. And we can just go directly to edit content. It'll be saved automatically. There we go. Let's add I think this is 4 columns. So I'll add this. And there we go. So in here, we're adding an image. That's our logo. And some text. So going back in there, drag some text right below that. So let me select the image element, select the logo. The background is black, our 1A, 1A, 1A. So background under style, 1A, 1A, 1A. Let me select this text, style, white. And as you can see, this is occupying more width than these two. So probably this is like 40%. So I'll select this container, say 40%. So this is 60%. If I say this is 30%, that means these two will occupy 15 each. So 15% and 15%, just like that. Update that. Now in here, let's select some text heading, quick links, legal. Let me just say links so that it doesn't jump over to the next line like this. Then I'll select it, style, color should be white, typography, weight 900. Next thing we want to do is add an, let's say, icon list. Yes, this is what we're looking for. So drop that icon list right there, and you can edit here directly. So I'll just type projects, or you can come in here directly and type contact. Now I'll also change this to maybe a checkbox, this one, insert, go back to projects, check, insert, and about, check, insert that. So the three of them all have the same icon. Now let's go to style, icon. We want it to be white. Now let's make it green. Copy that. But on hover, it needs to be white. So when you hover over it, it changes to white. We'll do the opposite for the text. The text will be white in normal, and on hover, it needs to be that green. Awesome. So first of all, let's also increase the spacing between the containers. So selecting the container that's holding these other containers, layout, gap, let's say 10, or let's say 20. Update that. And now instead of recreating another list right here and styling it, let's just duplicate that and delete this one. All we need to do now is change the details. Legal. It should say legal. Privacy, terms of service. Terms of service and cookie policy. Let's preview the changes. And that's what we have. So now what I want to do, another thing I want to do is push these downwards a little bit, because as you can see, they're not properly aligned. And also push this column to the right. It's content, and I'll push it by selecting the container and then adding some padding on the left. Advanced, remove that padding, increase the top padding and the left padding. What's the padding on top here? 26. Let's make it 25. Select this other one, advanced, break that. Let's make this 25 again. So they're in the same line. Update that. Let's preview the changes. I think now they're better aligned. Now, as you can see on our reference website, we have this subscribe to the newsletter or to the mailing list form. They can provide their email and then hit subscribe. To create this form, we will use one of the best form plugins on the WordPress directory, on the WordPress plugin directory, and it's called Forminator. So let's see how to install and use it in the next lesson, because it's also the same plugin we will use to create the contact form, this form. So let's install it in the next lesson and build our forms. I'll see you shortly. So now it's time to create the form to allow people to sign up to our mailing list so they can stay up to date on the latest from us, from our website. So we said we're going to install a plugin called Forminator. So let's go back to the dashboard, plugins, add new, and I'll type Forminator. So here we go. WPMU dev with more than 500,000 active installations. I'll install. Let's activate it. And now, as you can see down here, we've installed it. So let's go to forms. Let's go to create, or right here, create. And we want a we can use templates or create from a blank. To save time, let's just use the newsletter sign up template. Mailing list form. So I'll say create. And here we are. So now this section here contains the different fields that we will have on the form. This is a field. This is a button. So this subscribe button is this one right here. Here we have two fields. And if I click preview, as you can see, we have the name, first name field, and the email address, and then the button. So that's what we have, first name, email. We can also put them side by side by dragging and dropping. Whenever the blue line appears, just drop so you can rearrange them. But as you've noticed, mine doesn't have the name, the first name. I just want the email. And now if we preview, it's just the email address field. So let's say publish. The moment you publish it, we get a short code. And wherever we paste this short code in the front end on any page, the form will appear there. So let's copy this short code. And now I'll go to our editor in the front end. Here we are. In this field right here, let's add a short code element. So short code, this is a field that allows us to paste any short code that will display whatever item we want to display. So I'll paste what we just copied from the backend, this. I'll paste it right here in the front end, and the form will appear here. So let me just apply. There we go. So update that. And let's preview the changes. There we go. So the next thing we want to do is, of course, as you can see, my button right here runs all the way to the left, to the end, just like the input field. And that makes it more appealing to the eye. We don't want something tiny like this, leaving all this space. It looks misaligned. So, and you will notice we want to have some rounded corners, just like on our reference website. So going back in here, inside appearance, we can first of all select different appearances. I like this one. Let's also change the colors. So while we're still under appearance, going down to colors, let's choose custom instead of default colors. And the bottom button right here is what we should change. So let me just pick this green color, copy, go back in here. I'll click that, and in here, Control V, paste that. On hover, I want it to turn white. So I'll just select this white color. And for the text color on hover, I want it to be black. And in default, text should be white. So let's preview that. On hover, it's white. And that's because our background is black. So let me just update that. And let's come here and refresh the page. Now like that. In fact, I want to get rid of this border. So going back here, let's choose flat. Update that. Then let's go here, refresh, just like that. Now let's give it those rounded corners. Now Forminator allows us to change and tweak different settings and configurations by giving us a GUI, a graphical user interface, but we might not have a way to change all the settings we want to change. So they've also provided us with a custom CSS field. If we say enable, we can add some custom CSS here to affect the appearance of the form. So we're not going to get deeper into CSS, but CSS is the language, is the coding language that gives every website, every web page, every web application its appearance. It's the one that is used to style everything, including everything you can see here. Everything you can see here is styled with CSS. And so if we add CSS to this field, we're going to affect how the form looks. And in order to make a change to a particular element like this input field, we need to first select it so that CSS knows which specific element we're trying to change the appearance of. So to select the input field, we have a selector for that. So here we are. Here's the selector. If I click that, it will bring up the CSS selector for all the input fields on our forms. So I'll just hit enter and say border radius, we want to give it 5 pixels. Preview that. Now it has those rounded corners. Let's do the same for the button. But if you look here, you don't have a button selector. But it's very easy to get the button selector. If I go back here to the front end, here's the button. If I just right click and say inspect, we'll bring up the dev tools. If I select this icon right here, I can hover over any element I want on the page. And if I select the element by clicking it, we'll see the different CSS selectors. I think this is it, Forminator button, submit. So I'll select that, copy. Let's go back to our CSS, paste it in there. I'll add a bracket and then let's say border radius 5 pixels. So if we preview that, now it's also rounded. But remember, now that we have the button selected, we can also hit enter and say we want its width to occupy 100% of the form, like that. So update that. And now if we come to this page, let me just close the dev tools and refresh the page. That's how our form looks. But now if you might want to change this subscribe button, maybe to something else, all you have to do is come to the fields. This is the subscribe button. You can change it to join us, apply. Now it says join us, preview, join us. What else? You can also change the details of any field you have in the form by clicking it and then changing it. Maybe instead of email address, maybe just say email. And if you want to change this to start typing, apply, preview, just like that, or type here. So let's update that. Go inside our form, select the form itself, and then click apply so we can apply everything we've done in the backend and see it in our editor. Now if we preview, we're good to go. So now let's also make this logo a link. Going back in here, selecting that, pick that domain. While this is still selected, link, custom URL, paste that, update. We won't open it in a new tab because most of the time when you want to go home, you don't want to open a new tab. It means you now want to go back and start whatever you were doing. Preview, click that to go home. There you go. But now if you want to open a link to maybe the projects or our story, chances are you want to still be able to go back to scroll here and read more while you have this page open in a new tab. That's why mostly these buttons and links within the page should open in a new tab. At least that's how I do it. So remember, you can always add a link to this button, which we didn't do, but now you know how to do it. Scrolling all the way to the bottom. Oh, wait. Now here, as you see, we don't have some nice margin at the bottom of this container. So let's edit with Elementor. There we go. Notice that now that we've created a footer and a header, if we hover over this, these two also show up. If we want to edit this page, we click this edit with Elementor. If you want to edit the header, click that, the footer, that. Going back in here, let's scroll all the way to the bottom. And because this button is inside this container, let's just go to this container that's holding everything in here. Advanced. Let's give it a bottom margin of 100. So now there's a bottom margin of 100 here, as you can see. Update that. Let's preview the changes. Scroll all the way to the bottom. And now we have that nice spacing down there. But I also feel like we need some padding on the footer. So click that. Select the outer container. Select that. Padding. Top 100. No, let's say 80. 60. And on the bottom, let's say 50. Update that. Preview changes. Go home. Close these two. Scrolling all the way to the bottom. I think now it's looking much more awesome. And that's how to create the mailing list sign up form and add it to the footer. And by extension, that's how to build the footer. In the next lesson, let's now move on to the about page. So I'll see you shortly. So now it's time to go to the about page and start editing it. This projects button should lead to the projects, but our story should lead to the about page. So before we go far, let me first of all close this. And before we go far, I want to edit this page, the home page, that's the landing page. And specifically, I want to come to this button and add the link to the about page. So let's go there. After the slash, I'll add about, and I'll say open in a new tab. I'll also select this, paste that, and say open the projects page in a new tab. Let's preview the pages, the changes. There we go. Now, if I click our story, it's supposed to take us to the about page. But remember, when we were creating the menu items, we just saved and published the page without the basic configurations for the Astra theme and all that. So let's go to edit. And now let's set the template first of all to Elementor full width. Let's also go to the Astra settings, full width, sidebar, no sidebar. Let's also disable these other settings. And now let's edit with Elementor. And there we go. So now, of course, remember we created that top page template. And as you can see right here in our reference page, if you go to the about page, it's like that. And remember, you can always change this background image. So while we're here editing this, let's go to the templates. My templates, we don't want the blocks over there. Top template. So let's insert, apply. All right. So before we go far now, let me change this to motion effects, bouncing up, update. And now that we've updated this template, we have to select it, Control I, the container itself, save as template or page top, updated, save. Then let's delete top template. All right. So now if we insert this, there you go. So it's now bouncing up. Update that. Now we're creating the about page. So let's go in here to the reference website, our story. So if I select that, our title last, story. Then we have this image of the founders who founded this website. That's you. Now let's go and say this double column section. While it's still selected, advanced, margin top 100. Let's add an image here. And let's go to the content and bring in the co-founders. Open. Select that. Let's also come in here. The good thing about Elementor is that you can copy stuff from one page to another. So I want to copy this. Right click, copy. Oh, we could have just duplicated this, but no problem. Right click, paste. Let's also take a text editor, and I want to copy this text and paste it in there. Control Shift V. And then while this is still selected, go to layout. Let's increase the gap to 20. And now notice we have this line down here just to add some aesthetics. It's bouncing. So here we can add from the basic panel, we can add a divider. And I just want to reduce the margin at the top. Then go to content. You can choose whatever style you want here. Let's say maybe slashes. Let's go to style, color. Do I still? No, don't have it in my clipboard. So let's go here, copy that color, paste it in there, make it green. And what we're trying to do is get rid of this hard edge on the image by adding something else that just adds to the image itself so that it doesn't have this abrupt end. So while this divider is still selected. We can also add the weight. Or maybe amount. Let's reduce that and say amount. Reduce it up to maybe that point. You can play around with a gap, but I'm not going to touch that. Then advanced, let's reduce that yet further up to that point. Maybe left margin. Let's go to, you can reduce the width maybe up to that point to balance it on both sides. Update that and let's preview the changes. All right, I think I like it like that. All right, so the next thing we want to do is create this section. So going back in here, I'll go to the home page editor and I want to copy this. Copy. You can also make it a template, save it as a template instead of copying it, but you can also paste it anywhere. So paste it here inside this box, right click, paste. It'll be pasted right below that. And what we want to do, if I switch to this, it has this gray background. So while it's still selected, style, get rid of this pattern. And let's change this color to sort of grayish. Not too dark, that gray. Yeah, I think I like that. And let's reduce this padding. And I think the image is on this other side. Like that. While this is still selected, I'll go to advanced. Top maybe 8. Oh wait, no. Supposed to edit this. No, 50. 50 top, 50 bottom. Oh, this is lorem ipsum. Let me just copy that lorem ipsum. Let's remove that. It's always good to have a call to action on a section like this. I forgot to add it in the reference website. We can't leave a section like that without any button, because the goal of any web page is to get people to take some action. Unless your website is just about providing information and not calling people to do something that will bring you money or customers. Update that. Let's preview the changes. Scroll all the way to the bottom. There we go. And let me just refresh this. All right, so we need to make this fade in because right now I've just noticed it's not coming in correct. So advanced, collapse layout. We want to go to motion effects, fade in, update that. Let's preview the changes like that. Here we go. Now this looks a bit ugly, so let me just refresh the page. All right, like that. All right, now this is not well balanced because this seems to be lower than where the image ends. So we can push it up by reducing this lower margin on the text. Select advanced, break that, then bottom, something like that. Preview the changes. Just like that. The next thing we want to create, oh wait, it has some box shadow, which by now I'm sure you know how to add. Selecting the image style, box shadow. We can spread it out just slightly. And in fact, I think it's good, but you can make it darker. Of course, Let's preview the changes first. Nice, but you can also make it darker by clicking this and making it that dark. Update that. Let's preview the changes. Like that. Now we don't have these animated, so I'll select the container holding them, collapse layout, motion effects, bounce in right, and I want this to bounce in left. Bounce in left. Update that. Let's preview the changes. Just like that. Let's also select this. For some reason, it's coming earlier. Motion effects. Bouncing right. Oh, it's because we copied it from this part and it had some animation. So bouncing right. Update that. Preview the changes. Like that. All right. Okay, for this, let's also select that. It has some nice column spacing, so that's okay. Now, the third thing we're going to create here, and this is a very basic page based on what we've done with the home page. I'm pretty sure you can come up with more creative content to add to the about page, like calls to action. So basically now to add this, let's go back to our page, just duplicate that, carry it and place it below that. Let's replace this image, select files, pre-pick vectors, new vectors. Yes, I had some more vectors here. You will find all these images in the folder I've shared below this video player so you can use them. I found them on FreePick just in case you're wondering. This is it. Open. Select. And there we go. And I think I will leave that nice, beautiful line below that. Maybe we could add a button. Before we add the button, I want to go to style. On hover, I want the background color to be 1A, 1A, 1A. Yeah, so now let's duplicate it with those changes intact. Advanced, I want to add some top margin, maybe 20. Update that. And of course, you will notice once we look at the preview, this won't have a bottom margin. It will probably be touching the footer. Exactly. So let's add some bottom margin. While this is selected, advanced, 100 for uniformity. Preview the changes. Scroll downwards. There you go. So we have some uniform spacing. So that's how to create the about page. It's a very simple page to create, but I believe you can do more. With the knowledge you've gained so far, you can make it much better. You can spice it up. So in the next lesson, let's see how to create the contact page. I'll see you shortly. So now it's time to work on the contact page. So going up here, this is our preview page. We want to say contact. We'll work on the project's archive page later, but right now let's just work on the pages we can quickly finish. So the same thing we did on the about page. Let's go to edit and set up the basic configurations like Elementor full width page. Let's also go to the Astra page settings, full width, no sidebar. Let's disable those elements. All right, let's edit with Elementor. So that means, all right, I'll not close this because I might want to copy something from here. Let's close that preview page. The first thing we want to do is go in here to the about page that we created. I'll select the top container, right click, copy, go to the contact page, right click, paste, update that. This should read contact us. So contact us, update that. Let's go to our reference website and open up the contact page so we can see what we're working on. So talk to us today. Let's go back in here. So in here, I want to say a double column container. Then I'll select the container itself. Top margin of 100, not 1000. Let's add a heading and a text editor. What else do we have here? Oh, we have that. Talk to us today. Let me just copy this, paste it in there. Style 1A, typography, weight 900, size supposed to be 45. In here, we're supposed to have a short code. So I'll just type short and drop it in there. Now we need to paste a short code of a contact form from Forminator in the backend. So let's go ahead and build a form with Forminator and get a short code and paste it in here to display it over here. So first of all, let's update that page. Go back to the backend, and if we go to forms, now you will find this mailing list form listed there. And now we can say create another form. This time let's use a contact us form. Continue. Contact form. There we go. So now, as you can see, it has several fields. Remove whatever field you don't want, like the first name, email, phone number. Maybe you don't want the phone number. Delete that. Now we only have these fields: first name, email address, message, and the send message button. So let's go ahead and publish that form. Copy the short code and go back to our contact form while this is still selected. Edit short code, paste it in here. And now it displays the form there. Another thing, of course, you will notice this is aligned to the center of everything vertically. So selecting the container that's holding it, let's justify it to the center like that. Let's also do the same for the form. Justify it to the center. Let's select the container that's holding both containers and go to layout, gap 20. Update that. Now let's go back to the backend and go to appearance. Let's give it that bold. But now for the colors, we don't want it to have these hard colors. I want it to be a bit more mild. So going to the input and text area, preview that. This is an input field. This is also an input field, but for a multi-line input field, it's called a text area because it allows you to type a whole paragraph. This allows you to just type one single line or something. So this is a text area and this is an input field. Close that. So under colors, custom, inside appearance, input and text area, border color, we want it to be this light gray. And on hover, we want it to have a border color of this slightly darker gray. Let me show you. Now it has that light gray, and on hover, at least it looks a bit more mild and awesome. You know what I'm saying? So let's update that. And of course, let's change the button color to that green. So let me copy that. Going back in here, submit button, background color, paste that. On hover, we want it to be 1A, 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 1A. Forget about focus because, all right, let's just change that, but it's not really necessary. There's no time that button will be in focus. On hover, it's that dark color. So update that. And now going back to the front end, when we select this, it will allow us to apply what we've just done in the back end. So we can see it in real time right here in the editor. There we go. So the next thing we want to do is now do the same thing we did for the rounded corners. So let's go, or first of all, let's go back here, go all the way to CSS. Select the input selector. Border radius 5 pixels. Let's also select the text area selector. Border radius colon 5 pixels. And the selector for the Forminator button, I'm already used to it. Is I showed you how to get it from the DevTools, but it's dot Forminator button submit. That's the selector. Enter. Border radius 5 pixels. Enter. Width, remember we want it to run all the way from the left to the right of the form. 100% of the space. Now let's preview the changes. And there we go. So our form is now up and ready. Now if we go to the front end, while this is selected, let's apply that. Review the changes. There we go. And of course, now right here below the form, we also have this map that shows people where our office is located or our institution. So let's add that column, that container. While it's selected, advanced, margin top 100. Select that and type map, Google Maps. Drop it right there. There you go. And now you can provide the specific location right here. I think we can actually just do that. Let me type that in here. KICC. Yeah, it's actually just doing that. So just type in your specific location in here and it will show up right there. Update that. Let's preview the changes. And remember, by the way, let's go ahead and while this is still selected, let's give it a bottom radius, a bottom margin of 100. And let's also go to motion effects and say, I want it to bounce in up. And also, in fact, I want this to bounce in up the container, but the map itself, if I select the map, I want it to fade in. So motion effects, fade in. Let's also do the same for this. I want this to bounce in right. By now you must have noticed I love bouncing, but these others are also awesome. Advanced, motion effects, bouncing left. Update that. Let's preview the changes. There we go. Yep. Awesome. So I think there's one more thing left. What's the Oh yeah, we had this this thing right here. I don't remember what it was, so let me just say edit with Elementor. I don't remember what element I used, but I remember it's essential add-ons. It's an essential add-on element. This is the reference website I'm opening, just in case you're wondering. It's a tab. Oh yeah, I remember now. So while we're still in here in this page, I'm going to type tab. Let's use advanced tabs. This is by essential add-ons. So if we go to the content, let's say tab 1, where is email? Then let's just remove all that. info@charityfund.com. Collapse email, close that. Let's say phone, delete that, and let's say +254 123 456 789. Hold down shift and press enter to move to the very next line. +1 0800 235 6987. All right, so with that, collapse that. Let's go to the style, tab title. I think these already look awesome, but we can change things like color, background type. When it's active, let's give it a background of that green. So basically, I'm just going to play around with these settings. Tab background, normal or normal. Background color should be. All right, let's just give it that green. On hover, we want it to be. So on hover, it should be that color. When it's active, we can leave it at that color. Border type, none. Shouldn't have any borders. Content. The content typography, we want the size to be bigger, maybe that size, or maybe that size. Typography, yeah, maybe that size. I think that makes more sense. Let's give it some weight, maybe black. Go in here, update that. Let's go to the tab. Let's give it, does it have a border radius? Border radius of 10. Margin right, let's give it maybe 5 so that we separate the two of them. So let's go back to the tab. Let's go to the caret. So when it's active, let's go back to the tab title. When it's active, it needs to be that green color. No, let's just say it needs to be that 1A, 1A, 1A. Yeah. All right. Then again, let's also go to the caret color. Let's give it that 1A, 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 so that it rhymes with whatever is active. On hover, it looks like that, but when it's active, it looks like the caret. Let's say OK. Preview the changes. There we go. So now our contact page is complete. It's now time to start working on the donation forms. Let's go to our reference website and see the donation forms. If I say projects and maybe open up school fees for Ed and Jill, this is the form we're talking about. Donate now, $100, continue. So this is what we'll be creating starting from the next lesson. So I'll see you shortly. So now it's time to create this donation form, and we'll do that using a special plugin called GiveWP. So switching back to our workspace, I think we're ready to close down these pages for now because we'll not be using them. So close all of them down. Now we're back in here in the dashboard. Go to plugins, add new. Should have clicked add new, but that's okay. So let's say give WP. There we go. 100,000 installations. So install now. It's actually the most popular donation plugin on the WordPress plugin directory. Activate that. All right, so now we need to go through the setup wizard just to get some basic settings configured. So start setup. I'm going to be an individual. Of course, you can choose to be an organization that's raising funds for its different projects if you're an NGO. But let's say, for example, you are an inventor or maker, and what you want people to fund are projects like renewable energy projects, a gadget project. Maybe you have a new startup idea, a tech startup idea. You can just work as an individual. So let me just go with as an individual, but the settings are the same. What am I fundraising for? Let's just say environmental, for example. If none of them is listed, none of your endeavors are listed here, you can just say other. So environmental. Would you like to join WP? In other words, would you like to join their mailing list? You can accept and continue or skip joining. I'll say skip joining. Where are we fundraising? Choose your country. So let's just say Kenya. So this is now disabled. Currency, I just want to fundraise in dollars, Kenya. What do you need in your first donation form? I need everything, except I don't want offline donations. Anonymous donations is okay. Company donations, all these are okay. Continue. This will show us our form, how our form is supposed to look. So this is how it will look. I like it. You can scroll through and see what you have. If you don't want what you've selected, you can just go back to features and select whichever you want. Continue. What else do you need to support your cause? Recurring donations, donors cover fees, yes. PDF receipts, that's okay. Custom forms, custom form fields, that's okay. I'll also add this, and these elements will be available to us as we're building our forms inside the Gutenberg editor. Multiple currencies. I don't want multiple currencies. Dedicated donations. And of course, we're not going to get deep into GiveWP. This is something you can go and research on YouTube. GiveWP has a YouTube channel that has all the information you need on how to maximize your use of the plugin. Right here, we're just looking at how to integrate it into the website and get it up and running. So we can also now follow these steps to finish up setting up, like connecting to PayPal, Stripe. These are things we can do later. So for now, I think we're good. We can dismiss setup screen. Here we go. So now we've been redirected to the list of all the forms. This donations was added right here on the menu when we installed the plugin. Let me just purge all the cache. Then let's remove all these things. Now let's view this donation form. As you can see, it's looking very ugly, but we're going to use shortcodes to display it awesomely, like right here on our page. We're going to use shortcodes. Now going back in here, if we go to the pages, we have a few pages that have been generated automatically during the setup wizard. That's donation failed, donor dashboard, donor confirmation. These have been generated automatically by the wizard. Another thing, if we go inside settings, this is where you will find all the settings of that particular plugin. As you can see, the donor dashboard page, failed donation page. These are the pages I was telling you about. All right, so payment gateways. This is where you will set up the payments. What's this? These are the gateways that are supported by the plugin. And of course, this is something we can always do later as we progress. So let's get back to all forms. And now here is our sample donation form. We can go to edit. Let's just say edit. And now here's the title of the form. We can give it a different name. Maybe let's help Jill and Ed go to school. So I'll paste that in there. And these are all the settings you need for the form. We can have a short description here. So now this is the old builder that people were using before they created the brand new visual builder. So first of all, I want to update this page so we can save the changes we made on the name. All right. And for SEO purposes, once you change the name of the form here, you should also change the slug. So the slug is edited here, the permalink slug. Save that there. That's okay. It's been converted to lowercase. And now that we've made those changes, first of all, let's update that because we've also made changes to that. And now let's upgrade this form to support the new form builder. So let me just upgrade this form. It will give us a warning, and because this is just the sample donation form, this is not a form we've published, let's just proceed with the upgrade. Then yeah, the form has been upgraded. This will help us transfer the existing donation data to this new form in case it had already started receiving donations, names of donors and their locations, amounts. That data will be transferred to the new builder. Transfer that. Yes, let's say transfer. Type transfer. Delete the existing form after transfer, the one that was using the old builder. Go back to your donation form lists. Let's go back there. All right, so now here is the form now we're working on. Let me say edit. And here we are. So this is the name. If we want to change the name that appears on the list, we can change it right here. And here is the design. This is how it looks. So first of all, to change these details here, we can go to buttons, donate now. We can say donate, and that will change in real time. In the next step, it will say continue. Then in the final button, donate now, collapse buttons, header, we can change this to help, let's help Jack, Ed and Jill, not Jack and Jill. And then we can have a small excerpt right here. So let's go back to copy that. Let's put it right here. And then let's open up donation goal, enable donation goal. This is the goal. We can change it to maybe 20,000. $20,000. We can say amount, the goal type can be changed from amount raised to number of donations and all that. So basically just go and look at this. Now let's go to build, learn how to edit your form. This is a wizard showing us how to do this. So I just want to exit the tour because I already know how to do it. First of all, let's say publish. Publish. There we go. So under build, now we can say these are the different steps. This is step 1. Oh no, this is step 2 actually. So this is step 2, step 2, step 3, step 3, who's giving today. These fields are required, so because if I click continue, it will say whatever is starred is required. You can make this an anonymous donation. So these are the settings right here. You can't change this. This is dynamic content. It will depend on what the donor selects in these fields. And then you can ask people to agree to terms and conditions. You can also add more elements from here, but I think this form is already sufficient. If you want more details on how to build it fully to the fullest, check out their YouTube channel. Now, with that done, let me say close panel, and I want to exit to the list of donation forms. Now here is our donation form, and here is a short code that we can use. So I'll right click and copy it. And of course, I'll go to the front end and go home. And if I scroll all the way to the bottom, this was supposed to be, this is the one we created. Let's help Jill and Ed go to school. So we can say edit with Elementor. Remember, we built it with Elementor. Here we go. So in this section, we want to add a short code and drop it right there. Then paste our short code right there. There we go. So update that. And let's preview the changes. There we go. So one thing you will notice is that this is too narrow. So it's too narrow. And another thing, we did not set this to fade in. And so when we refresh it, it has that jumpy white background right here. Let me just show you once again. All right, it's not showing, but let's select this. Control I, top container, advanced, motion effects, fade in. We want it to fade in. And now let's select this container, make it maybe occupy 60%, and this should occupy 40%. At least now it's a bit thicker. If we reload the page, first of all, that just faded in. So we don't have that ugly white background showing. And the other thing, this is now wide enough. Can now continue with the form and fill it. Oh wait, we want to create some padding at the bottom. So select this container, advanced, bottom 100, update that. There we go. So preview the changes. Oh, we need to add some motion effects to this, but let's first of all look at it. Yeah, now it has some nice padding. So the other thing here is to make this column here bouncing left, and this bouncing right. Bouncing right. Preview the changes one more time. Just like that. Now, one more thing we need to do is if we go to our reference website, this was the very first donation post I created, but later I created some other ones that had some gallery so that if you want to view images of that project, you can have a look at them. So let's see if this is one of them. Scrolling downwards. No, that's not it. Let's look at that. And yeah, save Karura. That was it. Let me close these others. So if we scroll down here, you will notice we have a gallery of images related to this project. If you want to showcase what you've been doing in the project. So if I click that, it has all these images. These, just like that. So let me close that. Let's see how to create this gallery very quickly. Going back to our page. In here, let's search for gallery, basic gallery, and let's drop it in there, still in this container on the left. Because the reason we have all this content on one container on the left is when we start making this web page responsive on smaller screens like a phone, everything will collapse to one line and everything in this container will be above everything in this container, because this container will collapse to go below this other container. I hope you understand that. Selecting this gallery, I want to select this image, that, and that, holding down Control and selecting, and then create that, maybe that, and that. Create a new gallery with all those images, insert gallery. So we have all those images. Here we are. Let's go to, let's say, 3 columns. And I want to remove 1 image. I want it to be balanced. Insert gallery. So we have 6. Let's go to style. First of all, let's give it a border radius of 20. Custom. Then let's also go to content and say the thumbnail should be, let's try full. Yeah, full, like that. Update that. And now we can duplicate that. Heading, drop it right there. It went below the gallery, drop it there. Remove that top margin. Give it maybe a bottom margin of 20. Gallery. Reduce the size to maybe 25. Reduce the bottom margin to 10. Maybe style, let's make it that green color. Copy that, paste that in there. Update that. Preview the changes. Awesome. So let's scroll downwards, and there we go. So basically that's how to create a donation project, from creating the post all the way to creating the form. And if you have more projects, that's the process. Remember, we started by creating the template for this post. We added the text and all that. And now we've gone ahead and installed GiveWP and created a form in the backend and pasted it as a shortcode in the front end. Now that we have this, we can save it as a template, the entire page. So we can go without anything selected here. We can go here and say save as template and say donation details template. There we go. So donation details template. So let me close that. We can exit from here. Now, if I go to posts, remember that's a post we've just finished creating and saved a template of. So if now we go to edit this one, empowering PWDs with love, because we already, or we did not set up these basic settings. So let's go to Elementor full width. Let's now go in here, full width, sidebar, no sidebar, disable these, update that. Edit with Elementor because we've updated it. And here we go. So this is the empowering PWDs with love post, which is the details page of that particular project. So let's go to templates, my templates. And now let's say donation details template, insert, apply. So now, as you can see, we've imported or inserted every detail we saved from the other template, and all we need to do is replace these details. So let's select that image. Let's go to our reference page, projects, copy that. I want to come here, select this and paste it in there. Select that. Of course, let me just pick this text, copy that, select this, Control Shift V. Now, when you paste some of these texts, it won't have like the bullets because I used Control Shift V. That's some pre-formatting which Control Shift V doesn't copy. So I would need to come back in here and say the installation. From the installation should be like that, infrastructure. So delete, enter, communities, delete, enter, future. Where is the future? Advocacy, future. Then let's just remove this bullet, go up. All right, so let's update that. And now for the gallery, now you would need to go in here, remove all these images to add the images you want for that particular for that particular project. So insert gallery. All right, let me just say insert gallery. It's still loading. Update. Selecting this. These others are still loading. Let's add to gallery. So only 3 loaded. So let me add this and this and this. So those are 3 more. Insert gallery. So now we have 6. But now they don't look uniform, and that's because they are different size. So we should have used the same size images, but no problem. They still look good. So preview that. And here we go. So this is the new donation project we've just created. And here are its images. Now, that's how to do that. But of course, now remember, we need to replace this form because this form does not belong to this project. So going back in here, what we need to do is add form. And now, of course, let's give it a name. Let's go to, where is that page? Oh, so this is the reference website. So let's select free medical care for, no, wait, this is empowering. So let's select empowering PWDs with love. So let's paste that in there. Multi-step classic legacy. Activate. So I've activated that and publish. Close this. And now that we've done that, let's not even waste time looking at this. Let's go to upgrade this form. Proceed with upgrade because it's brand new. Can make all the changes in the front end. Got it. Donate now. So back. So now let's start by creating a donation goal. let's say we want 50,000. That's our donation goal. We can go to build and see if there's anything we want to add here. Publish, publish. Now going back in here, here's our list. So we forgot to delete the old one, which I believe is this. So let's trash this. When we upgraded our form, remember the first one, we were asked if we want to delete the old one after migrating or transferring. We forgot to do that for the second one. So now let's go and get this short code. Let's go in here, select this element, delete that, and paste this in here. Okay, this says support our codes. First of all, let's update that, but let's go back in here. Let's edit because we forgot to change that detail. It says support our codes, so header, copy. So in here, paste that. And then let's just get some text for that section. Your donation will make a huge difference. Update that. Now it's updated. If we come here, while this is still selected, apply, the changes we've made in the backend will now reflect. Wait, we've said, oh wait, transfer data. Transfer that. Delete the existing. Oh, we hadn't finished that section. Go back to your donation form list. Okay, now let me just hard refresh, Control Shift R to see if we've made the necessary changes. If it hasn't changed, we can just go back and grab the other form. This form is not published. All right, let's edit this once again. Got it. Okay, transfer that, delete. Okay, so no goal set, so let's edit that. Let's go to header, support codes, change that text. Okay, form number 2, let's just assume that's the name of that form. Copy, name of that project, publish. Or what was its name? Empowering, copy that. Okay, it's published. That's where we hadn't touched, so close that panel. I want to paste that, update. Now going back here to the list, we still have no goal set. So let's go to donation goal. $1 million. Update that. Going back in here. Now we have a goal set of 1 million. This form is number 454. This is 402. So let's go back in here. While this is selected, now it's published 454. And let's apply. There we go. Update that. I think now we've covered how to create the donation forms and donation details page by creating posts. So now in the next lesson, let's see how to create the project archives page, the donation project archives page. If we switch to our reference website, if we click the projects, this is the donation archives page, a list of all the projects that need donations. Let's see how to do that in the next lesson. We've learned how to create the different donation projects. Of course, we've created just 2 projects, but I would expect you'll be able to create the rest of your projects following the process we've followed. So right now we want to create a project archive page just to have a central place where the visitor and potential donor can visit and find all your projects listed. So let's move away from the reference website and go to our builder. Let's go to pages and let's go to projects. Say edit. And now let's do the basic setup. Elementor full width. Let's also go in here. Full width. No sidebar. Disable all those. And let's, I think, right click. Okay, I want to edit with Elementor, so no problem. And since this tab is now edit with Elementor, I want to make this tab our dashboard. So I'll just exit because we're done with this page. Drag it to the left. I like my dashboard on the left and these others on the right. Here we go. So this is our projects page and we want to add all these posts to display them. Now it's very easy to create this page. First of all, remember we saved the template for the header. So going in here, I want to say page top updated, insert it in there, apply. And now let's go to our reference and see our projects. So selecting this, our projects, update that. And now I want to go to the home page. So I'll click I'll click the logo to go to the home page. Scroll all the way to the bottom. And what we want to do is not repeat ourselves. So we want to copy this. So I'll go to edit with Elementor. Scroll all the way to the bottom. And I want to select this post grid, right click, copy. And first of all, let me see, we don't have some text here on the reference website, so we don't need to copy this. So select this, copy, go back in here, select this, paste right there. But I want to select the container, advanced, of course, 100 top and 100 bottom to separate it from the footer and the header. And let's say update. Preview the changes. And this is the old hero section we did not add the fade in motion effect to. So Control I, then select that container, advanced, motion effects. I suggest you save this header so you don't have to always keep updating this fade in. Let's preview the changes. Now it'll fade in. Awesome. As you can see, that's fading in. But now we have this ugly underline on every link, and these are WordPress settings. So we need to go inside customize. And let's go to global. Let's go to typography. Scroll all the way to the bottom and underline content links. Disable that. Now we've gotten rid of that underline. Click publish. Go back. In fact, let's close that. And now here we go. So if you have more posts, they will all show up here. So let me just show you. Let's go back in here. First of all, let me refresh so those changes can take effect. All right, so that's how it looks. Now, if I close this navigator and select this post grid, go inside style, color, typography, spacing, hover color can change to that green, just like that, update. Like I was saying, if we go back in here, let's go to posts, not pages, posts. We currently have these 3 posts, and these are the 3 posts that are displayed here. Now let's assume we had 6, and I don't want to spend time creating them meticulously because I'm not going to use them. So what I'm going to do is use the essential add-ons duplicator. So I'll just duplicate that. Then I'll just duplicate that, this other one, EA duplicator, and EA duplicator. So now we have 6 of them, but these duplicates are drafts, so we need to publish them. I'll go inside this, maybe change its name. So I'll need to change its name to maybe save Karura Forest. Paste that. And I also want to change this image to assets, this image, open, because that's the image that will show up on the page. Then publish that. Then go back. Let's go to this other draft. Let's pick another name. Promoting clean energy projects. Paste that. Change that image. I want to use this image, open. Set featured image, publish, publish. Of course, remember, you will need to set different excerpts for each project, a different excerpt for each project. So let's go back in here. Now, finally, we have this one more draft, edit. Let's pick another name, free medical care for vulnerable families. Paste that. Let's change that. And remember, I said this does not have to be about people who are suffering. You can use this platform or this website to ask for donations for tech projects. If you're a mad scientist, you can use a website like this to get donations for your mad projects. It doesn't have to be about people who are suffering. It can be a different project, whatever project you want. So now those are all published with different featured images. So now going back in here, if I Control R to refresh this page, and here we are. So now we have the 6 projects showing up in the front end. The latest ones will always show up as the top ones. So the one we've created last will be the first to show up here. Now let's preview the changes. I want to show you something very quickly. If we scroll downwards, you will notice all these different grid elements move to take up the space that's available in order to maintain equal spacing. If we go back here and select the grid layout, you will notice here it says masonry, and that's the same as if you imagine how a mason arranges bricks. They are intertwined, so to speak, in order to occupy whatever space has been left by a shorter brick. So that's how to create the project archives page. Now we're almost at the end of the course, but we have several things we need to get done. For example, we need to have the website look awesome on different device sizes, on smartphones, on tablets, and it already looks good on desktop. So we need to make sure it looks good on the other smaller devices. So we'll see how to do that. In the next lesson, let's talk about how to connect this to PayPal. So I'll see you shortly. So now it's time to talk about the payment gateways, how to actually accept money from real donors. Because if you look at this top right area right here, it says GiveWP test mode active. That means whatever payments we're making in the front end are just test payments, not real payments. So if I go down here to one of these, and in fact, this is the home page. Because we added more posts, now we have 6 of them, but I want them to be 3. So first of all, then before we go too far, let me say edit with Elementor. And let's scroll all the way to the bottom. Select it. And now let's go to posts per page. I want them to be 3. That means we won't see those extra 3. Update that. But of course, on the projects page, let's just preview that. Scroll all the way to the bottom, and there we have 3. But on the projects page, we still have 6 because this is an independent post grid. It's not connected to the home page post grid. But now, like I was saying, if we go to maybe this, whatever payments we choose to make here, donate now, we choose $1,000 and say continue, provide our details all the way to the end. Let me just provide my details here. Of course, test mode is enabled. While in test mode, no live donations are processed, but I can still click donate now. And that will give me this thank you message because we have a way to test our payments. But now we want to deactivate the test mode. So let's go back inside the dashboard and under donations settings, we'll go to payment gateways. And as you can see, we have 3 ways to pay: Stripe, PayPal, and offline donations. So first of all, let's start by coming here, and I want to say we want to accept PayPal donations and make it the default. These other 2 can be the secondary payment methods, but the default payment is PayPal donations. So I'll save the changes. The reason I'm not using Stripe is because we don't have Stripe in my country, so I can't even use it. But of course, like I mentioned, if you go to the GiveWP YouTube channel, you will find videos on how to do all these connections. I just want to make sure we have a comprehensive course that will show you how to do everything from scratch to the end. So let's go to PayPal. Now that we've decided to make PayPal donations our default or primary payment method, let's go to PayPal. And now here we can connect with PayPal Live. We have transaction type, donation, accept Venmo, payment type, payment field type, auto. Just leave everything to its default. And I'll say connect with PayPal Live. A pop-up will show up for us to connect with PayPal. And quick note, you will need to have a PayPal business account, not PayPal personal account, PayPal business. So I'll just select this account. Next. I already have an account here, so I'll just log in. Let's see what we'll find in here. So I need to get this. Let me just get it via text. It just wants to confirm that this is me. The verification code will be sent to my phone. Submit. All right, so now we've logged into PayPal. And like I mentioned, it's a PayPal business account. So agree and connect. You now have an account and you've successfully integrated PayPal with GiveWP. Go back to GiveWP. So I'll click go back to GiveWP. Make sure that's what you click. You're connected to PayPal. Here's what's next. PayPal allows you to accept credit or debit cards directly on your website. So basically, this is just GiveWP advising you to make sure your website is secure. All right, so let's just confirm. As you can see now, we're connected. I want to say save changes. And now you will notice GiveWP test mode is active. So we need to disable the test mode. So go back to gateways. And here we have test mode. Let's say disabled and save changes. And now that's gone. So right now, let's go to the front end and see what we have. So if I refresh this, donate now, let's just say $1,000. Let me provide my details, continue. This still says test mode is enabled. All right, so I've taken a moment to dig a little deeper and find out what the problem is, why we're still seeing donate with test donation. If you're experiencing this problem, I've found a solution. So first of all, remember we've been using this form. We created it using the new builder that GiveWP keeps telling us about. So if we go to the forms, first of all, make sure you've saved these changes. Our default payment is PayPal donations, and we also have some offline donation option. So make sure that's saved. Let's go to forms. And so these are the forms we created. And remember, GiveWP kept telling us to upgrade to the new visual builder. Try the new form builder. But I've discovered that's actually the problem. So let me show you. If we say add form, I want to click and open link in new tab, or let's just open it here. Add form. We're going to use the old backend builder, this builder right here. And that form will work. It will have the right PayPal button and offline payment button. But right now, we still can't see a PayPal button, and that's not what you want. So going back in here, this is the builder. So let's give our form the name of the project. That's the same name we will give the post that will display this form. So let's say, for example, what project is this? Empowering PWDs with love. Copy. Let me paste that, and let's just give it the label B. So it's form B, because we already have another one by that name probably. And let's activate a form template. Let's use this multi-step template. Let's see, what else do we have? I just want us to first publish it. And now that we've published it, remember GiveWP kept telling us to upgrade this form, and that's what we did. And I discovered that's the problem, and I will show you where the problem is. So right now, let's first of all copy this short code, and let's go to this project so we can replace this form with it. So I want to say edit with Elementor. And I'll select this element. And in here, delete that and paste the new form there. There you go. Let's close this. Let's say update. And now you will notice we don't have a goal set. So let's go back to our form builder. Let's go to donation options. Oh, wait, donation goal. Let's enable it. Of course, now you can set your donation goal. Let's just go with the default. And goal format is on the amount raised. That's what the goal will be based on. Close form, progress bar, goal amount. So let's update that. All right, let's go to the front end. While this is still selected, let's apply the changes we've made in the back end. And now we have our goal. It's based on the amount raised. So now if we go to donate now, we get this option. Someone can input whatever amount they want, maybe $20. Let's say continue. And as you can see, now we have access to the PayPal button, credit card, and we also have donate with offline donation. So this is what we were missing with the other form. So let me just preview the changes in the actual preview. Let's say donate now. Let me say $5. Continue. Let me input my details, then donate with PayPal. So if I click this, it'll open up a PayPal pop-up. If I want to get my money from PayPal to make a donation to your projects, if this is your website, this is what will happen. We don't need to go through that process. But as you can see now, our form is behaving as expected. If you want to change details, let's go back. If you want to change all these details, you have access to all that. Form fields. Just play around with all these settings. Let's say donation options. Yeah, this is what I wanted to show you. The different amounts. These amounts, you can edit them under donation options. So you can say, maybe if you want to start with 100, 250, 500, 1000, 2500. You can add levels, 10,000. And now let's update that. Let's go back in here. If I select this and apply what we've just changed in the backend, preview the changes. Our goal is still intact, but if we click donate now, all right, I think we need to clear the cache. Let's see, purge all. Let me refresh this. So I think my problem here is a problem with cache. That's why some of these changes that are not taking effect immediately. So here we go. So the new amounts have reflected on the website. Now, going back in here, if we go to all forms, remember these two forms were created using that other builder that GiveWP keeps telling us to switch to. So if we click edit to edit the form visually, as we did, if we go to build and scroll down to this section, this is the payment gateways option. Now that we've selected it, we don't even have options to select or deselect the settings we want for our form like we have here. Let me just switch here. Let's open the brand new form we've just created. Remember, we went to donation options, if I'm not wrong, form fields. We went to global default, or we did not go here, but you can come here to this drop down menu and choose the default gateway as PayPal donations. Say update. But by default, because we already set it as the global setting under settings, gateways, we said PayPal should be the default payment. This already knew that. But if we go to this visual builder, selecting this does not give us any of those options, but it has a small instruction here saying global instructions are defined in the global settings. If we click to go to global settings, here are our global settings. And of course, if we go to gateways, our global settings already say PayPal donations should be the default payment system. So why was it still bringing up the test mode? So at least now, if you've been experiencing that problem while trying to set up the payment, you know what to do. Our website is now actually accepting PayPal and credit cards. Let's try a credit card. First of all, let's provide our details and then debit or credit card. And now these fields appear here for us to complete our payment. So I think we've covered everything I wanted to address regarding the payment system. In the next, so that means we have to delete these. Let me just delete them. Select the two of them. And do we have a way to delete them? Bulk actions, move to trash, apply. Yes, confirm. So now moving forward, you will use this backend builder to build your form if you want your payment buttons to show up on your page. And once you've built them, you can use the shortcode to display them on their respective posts. So let me just open up the post. This is just a quick recap. Of course, remember this is what we created. If we go to edit with Elementor, you can now come, because we've deleted the other forms that were here. Let me select that and delete that. Now I can come back here to our forms, all forms, copy that shortcode, go back here, paste it in there, assuming this is the form for this specific project. Moving through the same process, there we go. So I think we're done with the payment system, the payment gateway. We just have a few more steps to go, and basically it's just making the website look presentable on different devices. It already looks good on desktop devices. So now let's optimize it for tablets and smartphones, starting from the next lesson. See you shortly. We're almost done. It's time to make these pages responsive on different devices. So I just want to close down every single tab here. And now we're left with this. Let me just go to the home page. So we want to start with the home page. But before we make the home page responsive, we want to make the navbar responsive. So the first thing in making your website responsive is to see how it looks before you make any changes, how it looks on different devices before you make any changes. And the best way to do that is using your dev tools. Every browser has dev tools. So if you hit Ctrl+Shift+I and make sure that this icon that has a laptop screen and a mobile phone screen is active. You can toggle it. Right now it's off. Now it's on. And of course, your dev tools might be on the floor of your browser. If I click this, it'll change and go to the floor. It doesn't really matter. I like it right here on this other side because it allows me to see the entire website. Now we can mimic different types of devices. So on this drop down menu, right now we're looking at an iPad mini. This is an iPhone 12 Pro. That's how it looks. Let's go to Samsung Galaxy S8. That's how the website looks. So as you can see, look at the header and the navbar looking very ugly. So it goes without saying that the first thing we need to do is make the navbar itself, the header, responsive. So that's what we'll start with. Then in the next lesson, we can move on to the rest of the page. So let me just, in fact, I'll leave this intact. Then I'll go in here, right click here and open link in new tab. Now we have this home page and we have our dev tools active. All right, so now I want to say edit my header. Here we go. So now go down here and click this responsive mode icon. That will bring up these tools and we can select, let's start with the tablet mode. I'll expand that just slightly and this is how it will look on a tablet. What I want to do is select, first of all, let's start with the container that's holding the logo. Let's break any padding and margins that it has. So I'll break the padding and margin. And of course, as you can see here, the device is now a tablet. That's what tells you we're editing it in tablet mode. If we click that, we have the different device sizes as well. If we switch to mobile, that switches to mobile. You can switch to tablet again. So with that, let's also do the same for this. Advanced, break all that and that as well. All right, I think we can use a different menu altogether for tablets. So let's duplicate this. And now if I select this, this is what will still be visible on desktop, but I want to hide this because we want on tablets and mobile phones to not see this button. But on desktop, we want to be able to see the button itself. So if we switch to tablet, now that we have two, we can select this second one, go to advanced, collapse layout, responsive, and we can say hide on tablet and mobile phone. So this one will only be available on desktop. It will only be visible when you're looking at the website on a desktop. And now let's switch to desktop. We want to select this, go to advanced, layout, responsive, and we want to hide it on desktop because it's only visible on tablets and mobile phones. So if I say update that and preview the changes, let's close this other one. So now on tablet, on desktop, that's what we see. Control Shift I. This is the other one that's visible on tablets and mobile phones. So now let's go back in here and switch to tablet. Now this is what's visible on tablets. I can go ahead and remove this container that's holding that and then make this maybe 70% layout, percentage 70% and this 30%. So there we go. Update that. Let's preview the changes. So now here we go. But if we switch to responsive and drag this to make it the desktop size, now we can see the one that's available on desktop only. The moment it reaches the size of a tablet, it switches to the other menu, the other header. So now we can play around with the padding on this, selecting this container that's holding the menu. Let's go to padding right. Let's make it 10. Now let's make it 20. On top, we can leave it right where it is. In fact, let's make it 50. And let's also make this other one 50. We made it 10. We want it to be 50. Update that. And let's preview the changes. There we go. So now if I click to go to the home page, let's see what it looks like on a tablet. That's how it looks. But now, of course, the menu is black. So we need to do something about that. And this space is too big. Maybe let's do 30. Advanced top padding 30. And this one 30 as well. Update that. Let's preview the changes. Control-Shift-I. And let's go to the home page. There we go. I think now that's some nice padding at the top and some nice padding on the left. You can't see the menu, but it's right here. Awesome. So let's also play around with the color. While it's selected, let's go to Style. Let's collapse the menu wrapper. Let's go to Hamburger Style. We have the hamburger toggle, and down here we have the close toggle. So this is the hamburger toggle, and if I click it, this is the close toggle. So we can start by styling the hamburger toggle. Going up here, background type, let's give it that green color, and I had closed it. So, oh, it's right here. So copy, switching here, hamburger toggle, background color, green, just like that. On hover, we want it to be white. So in fact, when you hover your finger over your tablet, it shouldn't change color. So let's just leave it the way it is. Update that. And now let's also work on this. So this is the menu wrapper, if I'm not wrong. So let's collapse the hamburger style for a moment and go to menu wrapper. Let's give it a black color. Or let's give it that 1A. Okay, I'm not able to type 1A, 1A, 1A. But that's what we have. And here are the menu items. So I want to say inside style, collapse menu wrapper, go to menu item style. Here's the menu item style. Item text color should be white. And on hover, it's already taking shape. I think it's because we set it in the WordPress settings. But just to be sure, let's say on hover, item text color, just in case you're not getting that same result, should be green. And when it's active, it should also be green. Just like that. Update that. And let's preview the changes. All right, let's go to the home page so we can see the changes in action like that. If I click that, Here we go. Now we can add the logo here. So let's go back to content, mobile menu settings, mobile menu logo. Let's select our logo, select, update. And now if we click the menu itself, now we have the logo showing up here. I think we can make it bigger. So go to style, collapse menu wrapper, mobile menu logo, width, maybe up to that point. Update that. Now we also have the close toggle, which we're going to update shortly, but let's just have a quick look at the logo. Now we can't see the logo because of this WordPress bar, but if we open up an incognito window, WordPresseverything.com, where we're not logged in, if we say Control-Shift-I, don't worry about this being on this other side. Let's just go to iPad mini. The reason we have to drag it to the left is because we haven't optimized these others to be smaller. So let me just click that. We'll take care of that. So that's how it will look on your tablet. And I think I'm satisfied with that. Let's do something about the close toggle before we move on to the mobile size. So switching back here, close all these. Let's go to hamburger style, close toggle right here. Let's say background type. Let's also make it that green. Let's see if we can increase the margin at the top. It's disappeared, but now let me increase the top margin. We want to align it to the logo, just like that. So it's 20. Update that. If I switch to my incognito window, refresh. Let's open it. I think now it looks awesome. So now we're done with that. Let's move on to resizing it for the mobile screens, because now we're done with the tablet size. So I'll switch to tablet, to mobile. Now let's increase the logo size on mobile. So going to collapse hamburger style, mobile logo. Let's expand its width up to that point. Update that. Now if we come back here and refresh the incognito window, and let's go here, expand that. If we switch to iPhone 12, I think it looks awesome. Going back in here, so that's how it looks on all. Oh wait, so one more thing we need to do is align them on mobile, because on tablet they are side by side, but on mobile they're stacked on top of each other. So we want to make this occupy 50%. So let's select this container holding the logo. Right now it's at 100%. Let's say 50%. Let's select the one holding the menu. Make it 50%. Update that. We don't need to preview the changes here. Let's go and preview them in the incognito window. And that's how it looks on your mobile phone. So basically, that's how to make the header responsive on different devices. Oh, wait, this button should lead to the dashboard, by the way. If we go to the reference website, it should lead to the dashboard. If I click dashboard on the reference website, we're supposed to see our donations. Here we go. So that's something I've just remembered. Projects. Let's change that to dashboard. Dashboard. Update that. Let's select this link, copy, paste it in here, and add dashboard at the end. Then let's open it in a new tab, update that. Now, of course, that means the button will only be available, dashboard, right here, will only be available to us if we're on desktop. But before we finish the class, I will show you how to make sure even the mobile phone menu has that dashboard button. So don't go away. In the next lesson, let's see how to make the page responsive, the home page. We want to make the home page responsive. How does it look, by the way? Close that. Scrolling downwards. So that's how it looks. We have some work to do. So I'll see you in the next lesson. So now it's time to make the landing page look much better on mobile phones and tablets. So switching back to our work area. I think this is the spot. Yes, this is it. So now that we're done with the header for now, we'll come back to add the desktop and tablet dashboard link. It's time for us to close this. So I just want to close that. Click this to go to the home page. Close that. So now, obviously, let's go inside to edit with Elementor, because now we're editing the page itself. Here we go. So of course, let's go to responsive mode. Let's switch to tablet. And that's how it looks on tablet. The first thing I want to do is, because they're already stacked, I like the way they look, but let's separate this spacing a bit more. So style, color typography. Let's go to line height and maybe up to that point, some nice separation. And now you will notice this text is too close to the edge, but we want it to have some padding. So I'll select the container that's holding the entire hero section with Control I, because I can't select it here. So container, advanced, and we want to give it a round padding of 20, just like that. So now top, sides, and bottom has a padding of 20, and everything is contained with some nice room on the edges. Update that. I think these look awesome, but we can also add some padding on the sides. So selecting the container that's holding them, advanced, 20 on the sides. Now they're looking awesome. Let's also do the same. In fact, we'll do the same for every container. Select advanced to 0, just like that. For the buttons, in fact, we wanted to have just one button. No, we can stack them. So if I select the container on tablet, the direction can be top to bottom, stacked, just like that. Update that. Let's also do the same for this. Advanced, a padding of 20 all around. No, in fact, for this, we want to maintain this padding of 80 top and bottom. So if we break this link, it'll reset to 0. But on the left, we want 20, right 20, top 80. No, let's make it 60 and bottom 60. Now for these buttons, we can select the individual buttons. We can stack them like these two, but I think actually let's just reduce the padding on all of them right here under style. After selecting the button, style, break that, it'll go back to 0. Top and bottom maybe 15, not 150. 15, but on the right 40, on the left 40. Let's do the same for this other one. Style, break that, 40, 40, 15. So those are nice sizes for a tablet screen. So now I want to select this, right click, copy. This, right click, paste style. Select this, right click, copy. Select this, right click, paste style. So now they're smaller. So if I select this, we can give them that left to right alignment, just like that, for uniformity. Let's also now come to this. Let's go to advanced. Let's give it 20 all around. In fact, this seems to be too long a word contribution. So in fact, let's reduce the size of these headings. Typography, 40. Update that. Let's go and select this style. Typography, 40. Because this is on tablet, they need to be slightly smaller. Typography, oh wait, here. This can maintain its size. All right, so this is not center aligned. Style, center align, and let's select the container that's holding them. Advanced, we want to maintain that 80-80. So 20, 20, 80, 80. Go to style, typography. Let's reduce the size just like that. And let's select the container that's holding all of them. Advanced, let's give it 20 all round for some nice breathing space on the sides. These seem a little weird, but let's first of all update this and preview the changes. So let's preview that. Control-Shift-I, switch to tablet, iPad mini. And now let's scroll downwards. iPad Air. This is how it looks on iPad. Awesome. Even this one looks awesome on tablets. I like it. So now I think we can have 4 projects here. On desktop, we can say we want 4 columns. So if I select this, posts per page, let's say 4. And for the layout, we want 4 columns. Update that. Let's preview the changes. I wanted them to be 4 so that if we scroll down here on tablet, we have 4 arranged as a grid. And if we switch to, let's toggle this. Now we have 4 of them side by side. Right here on the editor, it has not reflected because it's a bit confused. If I refresh the page, it'll probably reflect the changes in the columns. Scrolling downwards all the way to the bottom. Yeah, so now it's showing. But now we need to reduce the size of the headings. So while it's still selected, let's go to Style, Color, Typography, and all that. Let's go to Typography, reduce the size of these texts or the titles. Let's also reduce the line height. Update that. Let's also switch to tablet and see what it looks like. On tablet, it looks good. So the changes have taken effect? Not yet. Let's preview the changes. Scrolling down. Now they look more presentable. I think this spacing is too small. Let's increase it just slightly. That's the body text, the excerpt, top margin. Just to separate it from the title. Let's preview the changes. Scrolling down. All right, I don't know why it's not reflecting, but you know the drill. So now we've made it responsive on tablets. And typically when you make it responsive on tablets, if you switch to mobile, most of the changes are also reflected. But now it seems no, we really need to do a lot on this. So let's select the heading first of all and reduce the size drastically. So go to Color, Typography, reduce that to maybe that size. We also want to select this container itself, Control I, increase the padding at the top padding to push everything down slightly. And I think now that looks good. Select this container that's holding these boxes, Advanced. Let's break that. Let's give it a padding of left 20, right 20, but top, oh wait, even the margin, let's give it a, yeah, let's leave it right there on mobile phones. And in fact, let's select this container and see if we can reduce this curve. So Style, Shape Divider on the bottom, height, let's reduce it all the way to maybe there, 240 maybe. Let's look at the tablet mode. On tablet, we can also reduce it. And on desktop, obviously it looks awesome. Update that. Let's preview the changes. Here we go, toggle that. So here we go, switching to maybe Samsung Galaxy 8. That's how it looks. Perhaps we can push these boxes up a bit. So switch to mobile phone, select this container. Okay, now I can't see those up and down arrows, so I'll just scroll my mouse wheel or hit the down arrow on the keyboard. just like that. Update that. Let's switch to the DevTools. And now that looks good. So now scrolling downwards, let's see how they look. They're not well spaced out on the top. So let's give them some nice bottom margin. Advanced. Wait, let's select this. Go to layout. Gaps on the rows. Let's give them 10. Yeah, so there we go. Update that, because on desktop and tablet we're viewing them as columns, so that's the gap. But on mobile phones, well, let's remove this link so we can edit individual cells. 10 on mobile phones. Tablet, this takes effect. All right, so switching back to mobile, let's go down to this. Select this text, align it to the center. Under content, align center. Select this content style, center. Select these buttons. I think we can't fit them together here without reducing their padding. As you can see, the direction is left to right, but they're still not fitting. So let's select each individual button right here and do the same thing we did. Let's give it 30 now. And here, 30, 15, 15. Do the same for this. Style, break that. 30, 30, 15, 15. So now they're side by side. Update that. Copy. Paste style. Select this. Right click, copy. Select this, right click, paste style. So now selecting that, you can put them in the center. Selecting this, you can also put them in the center, just like that. We can also increase the margin on this container that's holding the image. Advanced, margin, top. Use the up arrow on your keyboard if you can't see the up and down arrows in the cells. There you go. I think this looks good already, except for this. Let's put it in the center. Under content, same case applies to this. Style, center. Let's select this, style, center. And let's also reduce the size. Typography, maybe 35. So that means we're also doing the same for this. Typography 35. That's on mobile phone. Let's reduce that line height. So that's 0.9. 35 as well. Typography 35, and this is 0.9. So for this, let's also reduce the line height to 0.9. Selecting this, align to the center. Select this container, align everything to the center. Select that container. Break the margin 10. So let's say 30. think everything here looks good, but let's reduce the size of the heading. .35, line height 0.9. Can also give this 35. Line height 0.9. Put this in the center. Style, it's already in the center. These are already aligned properly. The button here, let's reduce that top margin. Maybe give it 50. Update that. Let me just select this and say content. Let's rename it to all projects. Whatever text change you make, regardless of the screen you're viewing it on, takes effect on all screens because that's text you've typed in an element. But when it comes to changing colors and size, that affects the specific screen size you're editing it for. So now let's preview the changes from the top to the bottom. Here we are. Scrolling all the way to the bottom. Yeah, and you can reduce the size of this margin if you want, if you feel it's too big. It's all about how creative you can get, and it's all about your specific needs. So that's how to make the landing page responsive. Now it's time to make the footer responsive the same way we did with the header. So let's do that in the next lesson. See you shortly. So now it's time to work on making the footer responsive. So let's go ahead and do that. Now that we've finished working on the landing page itself, let's close that down. And let's also close this down. Let me right click this and open link in new tab once again, so we can go to the landing page. Then let's go to edit with Elementor, my footer. And here we go. So you know the drill. Let's go to responsive mode and switch to tablet. Close that. So the first thing we want to do is, while this entire container is selected, let's go to padding and give it a padding. No, we want to have the top and bottom have that 50 and 60, but right and left 20/20. So left 20, right 20, top and bottom 50. So that's on tablet. That's how it looks on tablet, but these are too close together. Remember, we had given this container some padding on the left. So if I select it and go to advanced, let's break that. It was 33 and top 25. We'll keep the 25 on top, but on the left, let's just increase it slightly, not too much, up to that point. So update that. And let's preview the changes. Control Shift I, and let's switch to iPad Air, and that's how it looks. So if we switch to Samsung Galaxy 8, for example, this is how it looks, but we can do better. Let's put these two menus side by side. So going back in here, let's switch to mobile phone. And as you can see, this container is occupying 100%. It can occupy 50, and this one 50. So selecting this, go to layout, percentage, 50%. Select this, percentage, 50%. But now that's still not fitting, so I'll reduce the size here. and this other size. Now they're stacked side by side. Let's actually also reduce it slightly. Let's also select this container holding the form, advanced. Let's increase the top margin by maybe 30. Update that. And in fact, these two items are too close together. And when you're using a mobile phone, you might have big fingers, so you might not be able to touch the one you want comfortably. So let me select that. Let's go to style and see. Yeah, so let's increase the space between the text like that. So yeah, let's say 13. Now I'll select this and right click, copy, select this, right click, paste style. Let's also select this text, advanced, reduce the bottom margin, the down arrow on the keyboard, select this container, increase the top margin once again, update that. Exactly. So now even Andre the Giant can touch each individual link item here comfortably. Remember, we've not done the same for tablet. This is also a tablet. On a tablet, you use fingers. So let's do the same here. I'll select this, right click, paste style. Okay, now we can't just paste the style we did there. So let's go to space, 15. Now let's say 13. Same case applies to this, 13. Update that. Preview the changes. And let's go to iPad Air. Yeah, so I think it looks awesome now. So if we now click this to go to the home page to view the entire page from top, scrolling all the way to the bottom, there we go. So now one thing I've noticed is that we don't have some nice padding on this black header background. And so the elements are almost touching the edge of the background. So let's do something about that before we conclude. So we're done with the footer now. So I'll just exit. Click Charity Fund. This is the name of your website. Let's say my header. And let's switch to tablet. Selecting this container itself. As you can see, remember we got rid of all the padding and margins. So we need to add them once again. So advanced, padding, bottom padding, maybe 20. No, 15. Mobile phone, same case applies to mobile phone. So now if we preview the changes, go to the home page, Control-Shift-I, and start scrolling. At least now we have some nice spacing there. Refresh that. What's this? There's a problem here. So let me just sort that out very quickly. So, all right. So now it's loaded. It was just loading slowly. It's loaded. So now let me just toggle this. And if I get rid of that, when you're on your desktop, this is the name you gave your website when you were creating the website inside Softaculous. While you were installing WordPress, you gave your website a name, and a slogan or a tagline, and those were the names that show up here. So this is the name. You can always change it by going to settings, I think, general, and here are the details. Site title, charity fund. So right now we might want to call it crowdfund this or crowdfund this, and maybe change this slogan to we're all about the future. And then scroll all the way to the bottom, save the changes. And now if I come and refresh this, look at the name here. Now this is crowdfund this, we're all about the future. And if we go back home, the name here has also changed. If you click this, you'll go directly to the home page. If you click this again, you'll go back to the dashboard. Those are just by the ways. Now, that's how to make the footer responsive. And of course, we can't call it a class or a course without me giving you some assignment. And your assignment is to make these other pages responsive on the different devices, tablet and mobile phones, by following the same principles we've used to make the landing page and the header and the footer responsive. I believe by now you can make this page responsive. Very easy, it doesn't have too many elements. You can also do the same for the projects page. In fact, we forgot to make this fade in. That's why when we load it, it's loading before the header. Find some motion effects for it. You can also do the same for the contact page. Make it responsive. Control Shift I. Let's see how it looks. That's how it looks on tablet. And in fact, on tablet, it already looks good. But on mobile phone, Pixel 7, in fact, it also looks awesome. Just some minor tweaks, like aligning this to the center and reducing the line height here. Maybe reducing the size of this font and this. You know what to do. So basically, that's how to do that. Make the page responsive to different device sizes. Now, in the next lesson, we'll be winding up, and that's where I'll also be showing you how to have this dashboard link on your mobile phone menu. Let's do that before we conclude. I'll see you shortly. So now we're just about to finish, but we need to make sure we have this link to the dashboard somewhere in our mobile phones and tablets. So going back inside the dashboard, let's go to Appearance, Menu. And now, of course, we already have My Menu. And this is our primary menu. But of course, we can have a secondary menu, off-canvas menu. Some of these options are available because of the Astra theme. So now, what we want to do is create a new menu. That means we'll have two menus. Create a new menu. And we'll call this the mobile menu. And let's call it the secondary menu. Create menu. There we go. So now let's also select the pages we want or the items we want to have on that menu. Now we can't see all the pages we need because we also need to have the home page. So I'll click View All. I'll select Home, About, Contact, Projects, and Donor Dashboard. Add to menu. So of course, Projects comes after About, then Contact, then Donor Dashboard. Let's expand that. I want to change the label here to Dashboard. Then let's say Save Menu. And now going inside Elements Kit, header footer. Let's close that. I'll go to my header, edit content. We'll be redirected to the front end where we have the menu and header editor. So now let's switch to tablet mode like that. Now, when I select this menu element, navbar element, we can change this to mobile menu. And now when you click it, it has all the elements, including dashboard. Update that. Same case applies to that. So let me just close that. Click that. It has that dashboard, and the rest are right behind this. So if I preview this, remember, if we switch to desktop and select this menu here, of course, this menu is still using my menu, the primary menu. But this menu up here, this nav element is using the mobile menu. Of course, that makes sense. So now if we go to the home page, then Control-Shift-I and toggle this. If we click this menu and click dashboard, it's leading us to this page, but we want it to lead us to a more presentable page like this. So let's go to our reference website. If I click dashboard, it's taking us to this place where we can view how much money we've donated. Now let's go to plugins, add new. We want to add some Elementor add-on created by WP for Elementor. So GiveWP donation widgets for Elementor. So install that and let's activate that. Awesome. So now create pages, add new. I'll just call it my donations. Let's give it that Elementor full width. Let's go in here and say full width, no sidebar, and remove all these. Publish. Then let's edit with Elementor. And here we are. So let's insert that page top. Page top updated. Let's remember Control-I. Let's remember to go to advanced, motion effects, fade in. So let's go ahead and add the donation history. I want to type in history, donation history. Drop it right there. And these are the donations you've made. I'll select the container holding it, advanced, margin top 100. Update that, margin top, margin bottom 100 as well. And while this is selected, let's also make sure we show all these details or the details you want to show. Update. And let's preview that. So it looks like we haven't made any donations because now we're live. But now if you've made any donations, this is where everything will show up. Also, don't forget to, while this is selected, go to layout, align everything in the center, and also align items in the center like that. Update. That means everything will be put squarely in the center, because as you can see now, this message is smack in the middle of the page. And there is an email verification form that will appear here whenever you want to look at your donations. You can't just click donations and then see that sensitive information. You have to verify the email you used to pay. Another thing, so now that we have this page, which is my donations? I think we called it my donations. If we go back home, now we're done with this page. If we exit, go to pages, we created my donations, and this is the slug. So just copy that. If we go here and say edit with Elementor, my header, we want to select this button and go here to the end. Now it's not dashboard, it's that URL. There we go. Update. Let's preview the changes. If we click dashboard, it'll take us here. Let's go back in here and select. No, let's go back in here. Let's go to appearance, menus. Let's add my donations, add to menu. Let's remove this, save menu. If we go here, choose the home page, Control-Shift-I. Let's toggle that. And here we go, my donations. There we go. So another thing we want to do is, if I reload this page, we need to make this fade because remember, it's loading before this. So toggle that, edit with Elementor. And I want to select this, advanced, motion effects, fade in, update that, preview. Now there's that gradual animated fade in. So basically now that marks the end of this course. Of course, I'm sure we've not exhausted every single thing we could have done with a website, but it's up to you to keep exploring. This was just an introduction to building websites with WordPress. And of course, if you enjoyed this course, the best way for you to support me is to hit the like button, because that tells the algorithm that I'm doing something good and continues recommending this same course to other people who might be interested in web design like you. And also, this is just a tip of the iceberg. I have many more WordPress and Elementor web design courses lined up for this year. I want to be publishing several courses every month. Every month, expect a few courses from me showing you how to build specific types of websites. And if you want to be notified that I have published a brand new course, just make sure you subscribe and you'll be notified. If you've always wanted to be a web designer, you've always wanted to be able to accept jobs from clients who want a website built and deliver a nice website, I want to show you step by step how to build different types of websites. I'll be showing you how to build all those types of websites week in, week out throughout the months for the rest of this year. So I plan on going big. I've not been posting consistently before because I was focusing on growing my library of courses on Skillshare. As you might already know, I'm a teacher on Skillshare. But now on Skillshare, I have several classes, and I think it's high time I started paying attention to YouTube. I want to bring you that experience right here on YouTube for free. You don't have to pay for membership to learn how to build websites. Don't forget to hit the subscribe button, hit the like button to tell the algorithm that this class was awesome. And if you have any questions, just hit me up in the comment section. I'll be very happy to help you out. Until next time, have a nice one and all the best in your endeavors. Peace.